I didn't want to be a barber anyway. I wanted to be a lumberjack. Leaping from tree to tree as they float down the mighty rivers of British Columbia. The giant redwood, the larch, the fir, the mighty Scots pine, the small fresh timber, the mighty trees, with my best girlie by my side. We sing, sing, sing. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I sleep all night, I work all day. I cut down trees, I eat my lunch, I go to the lavatory. Wednesdays I go shopping and have buttered scones for tea. He eats lunch, he goes to the lavatory. On Wednesdays he goes shopping and has buttered scones for tea. He's okay, he sleeps all night and he works all day. I cut down trees, I skip and jump, I like to press wildflowers. I put on women's clothing, hang around in bars. He sits and jumps, he likes to press wildflowers. He puts on women's clothing, hangs around in bars. He's okay, he's all right. I cut down trees where my heels bending and a bride. I be a girlie just like my dear mama. I cut down trees where my heels bending and a bride. Just like my dear mama. So I wish to complain on the strongest possible terms about the song which you have just broadcast about the lumberjack who wears women's clothes. Many of my best friends are lumberjacks, and only a few of them are transvestites. Your street for their brigadier, Sir Charles Arthur Strong, Mrs. P.S. I have never kissed the editor of the Radio Times.
Well, I object to all this sex on the television. I mean, I keep falling off.
Admiration I actually have for China, because their basic dictatorship is allowing them to actually turn our economy around on a dime and say we need to go green as fast as we need to start, investing in solar. I mean, there is a flexibility that I know Stephen Harper must dream about of having a dictatorship that he could do everything he wanted.
Why do I make things complicated? Why do I lose all my control? I keep on letting my bad habits make us both come crashing to the floor.
Good afternoon. It's Cryptomaria. Good to see everyone. Sorry, I'm not feeling great today, but I'm hanging in there. Now I actually okay, that needs okay, we're just gonna pause that one. That one's good. I actually almost want to show this one because I managed to save it from my other account. Yeah. If you don't know me, I'm Cryptomaria. I used to have another account and it kind of disappeared, but by the love of Jesus and the grace of God of Google, I still have this one and my other one, which is my affiliate one. So fingers crossed. It's great. I love C11. It's been so wonderful for Canadian content creators. If you're not familiar with my channel, I do artwork. I do a blog. So I like finding weird and some are weird, some are funny, some are like, oh my God, I cannot believe how bad the Canadian government is getting sort of deal. Like, I try and mix it up a little. I'm located out of Victoria, BC. Please like and subscribe. Big shout out to everyone on X. You guys are so awesome. And everyone on Twitch, you guys are the hardcores. Thank you so much. I think it's like for you, but don't worry about it. I don't engage with your audience. You just, yeah, I originally, my Twitch account was for gaming, and I didn't think it'd end up becoming, well, I guess politics is a game. It's just not a fun one. It's more like a circus, like, especially in Canada these days. Yeah, it's so awful. It's really getting bad. And we'll see. Yeah, okay. Maybe I will play it. I managed to save it, but well, I almost had to recreate it, but I saved it because I almost lost this one. And I'll probably get a strike for this, but I get strikes for everything. And pretty soon, like today, I have an awkward situation where I have 2 blogs I left off in different places. So I'm going to pull up one and pull up the other, hope for the best. If I repeat myself on a previous stream, I'm real sorry. I will probably also, I did one today. I don't think I played yesterday's, or yesterday's is still in the ether between the two. Oh God, it's so complicated. No, it's not. Yeah, I'm just gonna pull up this one. I am so I'm glad I didn't lose it. Hi. No, I'm moving everything off to the balcony. Just that way I'm not move. It's warm enough today. I can actually sit on the balcony. That's why I'm like, okay.
King Little Turtle. This is Woody Oak Trail War Paint. We were
Okay.
virtual tobacco, past the virtual sticks. So we're going to.
I would love to play that. I just think I would get a real big copyright strike, even bigger than I'm going to get for pulling up our next clips. Now, if you are in Canada, we have a petition before the House of Commons. So if you want to send Justin Trudeau a happy birthday, sign this petition because it's his birthday and we want him out of office. So it takes 2 seconds. There's actually even other petitions like I'm seeing before for the house. Like, I will go through more. There's a great one. Leslie Lewis put forward about banning the World Economic Forum from Canada. I think that's a good one to also get on board for. But right now, let's focus on this one. Yeah, we are almost at 400,000. 400,000. Like, I was really hoping we could hit 1 million by Christmas. All it takes is a few moments. You don't have to pay anything. And I know I sound like an evangelist because, well, I learned from the best. No, but yes. Yes, please sign this. Even though people are like, this will do nothing, it's already broken records in Canada, even just with under 400,000 for the largest petition signed by Canadians. And it wasn't even though Michelle Pereira, she put forward it and sponsored it, it came from one of her constituents, just an average Canadian like us. So you can help make a difference. If this woman can already break, parliamentary records just by putting forward something articulate, simple, because obviously our government doesn't understand what we're saying anyways. They're dumber than toast. Oh, God. Yeah, so what do I want to pull up? Let's see which one. Eeny, meeny, miny. I think I was on this one last night. I'll just pick one. I don't care. I'm so far behind on these. Oh yeah, it was a Saturday Night Live skit. Yeah, it's probably good. I had to call from this hospital. Speaking of hospitals, oh my goodness. Like,
how are you feeling? Give me how you're feeling the night before.
This is a brutal story.
I thought that I was going to feel like a normal person.
This is such a brutal story.
Excited. Yeah. Like, this is the promise that my family and I have been sold since I was a kid, is that
there's no magic pill. There's no magic surgery. You just gotta
have to deal with
they hate tough love, but you gotta love the skin you're in.
Between, we will do it all young and it will be perfect.
Yeah.
Like, my mother and I to this day truly believed that up until recently.
So your mom's
there's
excited.
no magic pill.
You're thinking it's just like an answered prayer.
Yeah.
Everything's going through, the insurance has gone through, and you're going to come out and
I love Joe.
Be a woman.
Yeah. I mean, they were ready. He made it seem like I would, and he also, and that's something I think
if
we
you're
can get
Jewish,
into further,
don't be
is there's
offended.
a lot of
I just
conflicting
really
information
love
within
Jello.
gender healthcare. One thing
And
that
it's
I
like
was told
totally good
directly by the
fixing my
doctor,
nails. So.
and the
They're
surgeon,
almost
Dr.
coming
Rock,
back.
had actually privately called my parents and had conversation with them, telling us both separately that it's best for me to do this as young as possible, so that way I recover better and I'll heal better and I'll look better. He had told my mother and stepdad that.
He would have
privately,
looked
and
the
then he had also
same
told me that,
without the surgery and the hormones.
So you
Just
trusted
to
this doctor.
say
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Like,
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
These are the professionals.
but he
Yeah.
wouldn't
Why would they want to harm
He-
you? Why
she
would they want to put you
wouldn't
at risk
have
for anything? They just
lifelong
want you to be happy.
complications
Yeah.
with it.
So what happens during the procedure?
The procedure was 7 hours, and immediately I woke up. I could not walk for the entire duration I was in
Like,
the
this is
hospital.
scary. Like,
I
why
had
would you do
severe
this?
pain
Like,
all over
I'm
my
sorry,
body. I
but
actually had
to
an
healthy
epidural
kids, it's
in because of the pain. I could not use the restroom, and just a few days later, I had blood clots in my legs. I had a DVT, that
DVT.
it's a deep vein thrombosis. It's a large clot that was in my leg.
That's
And
serious.
they only
Like,
discovered it because I had a fever. So from
you
there, I
can
had
pretty
to be
much die
on
from that.
blood thinners for 3 months, and I had to do injections every day.
It's
I
playing
was in so
God.
much
It's playing
pain.
Frankenstein. Let's
I
just call
like
it what
was
it is.
searing pain, and I was in the hospital for about maybe 2 weeks. And during my time there, I remember there was an intense fascination with what was
Like,
being
this
done
part's
to me.
disturbing, how much
I
the
remember
doctor
specifically
was a
nurses at the
predator.
hospital,
This part is, and you think how many,
residents,
there are roughly
like
almost
residents of the hospital, various
16,000
people
young
there
people in the
would come
United
in.
States
They would look
going
at me.
through this
They would tell me,
procedure.
"This is so cool. We've never seen someone
How much
as young as
how
you
much
have
is the
this
medical
done.
community
We've never seen
preying
this
on them?
surgery done here." I
Like,
remember people coming in and
it's,
out. I remember
when
Dr.
you're an
Roth
adult, if you
would
want to
bring
do
in
this, do it. But
multiple
even
residents
when
to
you're
just
a
watch
young
me
adult,
while I was sitting there.
you
And I
know,
couldn't walk. I couldn't move. I was in so much pain. And yeah, people just came in, and it was
yeah,
like a
like
science
this part's
class.
creepy.
Like,
Like,
you weren't a person.
no
Lifted
young
up through the
person
science
should
class.
go through this
Like he's,
after a medical
Dr.
procedure
Frankenstein.
Yeah,
and be
Look at
treated
this, look what I
like,
created.
yeah.
you
That is
know,
so
this is
horrible.
so
I mean,
disturbing.
that is truly. Although I'm not feeling like a person.
Yeah, you're an
You're going into
object.
this because you
You
don't feel
are
like a person.
basically an
Yeah,
object
And
at
then
that
you
point. You
realizing that
are
you're
the
a
display
spectacle.
on,
Yeah.
yeah,
Look what I did.
Mhm.
That's horrible.
yeah.
That is so horrible.
And I don't think a lot of these kids realize this
You're
is
in the
what they're
epidural,
signing up
and I
for.
can only,
They aren't signing
imagine
up
that as someone who's given birth
for
and being on an epidural, like it's like
themselves.
this
They're
is your- this
signing
is your
up
private
so
part.
Yeah.
some doctor can make a
And
name for himself or
immediately
herself,
from there,
or like some of
nothing
these
was
videos I
recovering.
keep seeing
It-
are so
It got
disturbing.
worse over time. Immediately going home,
And I pulled up several
They-
interviews
this is not
with
typical,
her
and they told me this
before,
wouldn't
just
happen.
because,
But
like,
during a procedure like this, they completely shorten your urethra because obviously you don't have a penis anymore, so they have to cut it and put
yeah,
it like right
like
at the
really
body.
think about it. Like,
And
I'm
mine
a
was so
girl
swollen
and
that I had
I'm
the
crossing
catheter
my
for about a month
legs. I can't even imagine
attached
how
to a
guys
bag.
feel. Like,
And I could
oh
feel
my
it
God,
like
do
every
not.
second.
Oh,
And you also
I
have
feel-
to dilate when you have this procedure.
yeah, otherwise it goes over.
So basically, they're essentially like
Because God
plastic,
didn't
like
put
large,
it there. But
almost like toys. Yeah, very similar to that. And you have to put them in and leave them in for 30 minutes at a time. And it felt like a knife inside of me. But I was terrified.
like,
to, like,
this is
not miss a
disturbing.
second,
Like, this is
because then I would feel like, all of
child
this was going
abuse.
to waste.
This is like
and I would lose everything that I thought I had wanted for so long.
to put these in
But
it into
every
kids'
single
heads
day, the pain was
is
worse.
absolute child
And the
abuse. I'm
bleeding was
sorry.
worse.
I'm
I
gonna
would bleed
probably
all
get
over
a
the
strike
bed
for showing this, but
every time I would do
I'm
it.
just so disturbed by it.
And I knew,
Like, to
even
go
just a
through all
month,
this
2 months
pain
in,
and all this
something was really
guilt
wrong.
over what?
The way
Like,
dilation works is they give you 4 different sizes, and you are supposed to work up to the largest.
like,
But
I'm
I was
sure
going
if
backwards.
they hit
I would
puberty,
try so hard. The surgeon
no one would have
told me,
known
"Oh,
they
like, you just have to
were
make it
a
fit.
boy
You just have to put it in," and I
if they
couldn't.
tucked it.
I couldn't. I felt
But
like I
now
was being
it's like
shredded inside.
lifelong
I had no idea what was happening.
pain,
I
and
would
like
try and call
it
the
is
doctor. I
pain.
would say,
Like,
"This feels wrong. Like, there's just no way that this is what it's supposed
yeah,
to be
and
like."
to have
It looked horrific on
like
the outside.
her,
Like, I mean, it didn't,
like, I'm in
and it still
pain,
doesn't really
and
look
it's
like any kind of
not
genital.
even being taken care
It
of
looks like
is
something in between.
horrifying.
And I remember that even from when I had the surgery. It looked horrible on the outside,
Yeah. Well,
and
it's
everything felt wrong in my body. And
you're trying to turn
I
an
would try
Audi
and call for
into an
help,
innie. It's
and
not
he said,
gonna
"Oh, it's just
like
normal. Try using more lube. Take deep breaths." try
There's no
different
words.
angle,
Like, yeah,
using a
this
pillow,
is disturbing. Like,
and
no
it made no
adult should be
difference.
saying
Like,
this to a young
and I
person,
was constantly being told that, and
This
even when
is
we went in for
especially
checkups,
during in a medical
he just kept
setting.
saying things are
Like,
fine.
this is so
He was like, "Oh, things are
disturbing.
fine." My mom would be there. He was like, "Oh, this is fine," and I would ask questions. I'm like, "What about this pain? Like, I'm still bleeding. Like,
Yeah.
I'm still having like discharge coming out. Like, I'm still in so much pain. Like, even 2 months later, I would walk and it would feel like
And
there was
you
a
can
brick
even see
right
during
here.
this interview,
Like, it was just nonstop pain.
even though
And he said, "Oh,
very
it's
dressed
fine.
up,
It'll go
very
away."
nice,
And then
she's in
just
a
a few
lot of
months
pain.
later, I got to a point
And I
where I
will call
called
her
him and I
she
said,
because I think
"This pain
after
is
all
not
this,
going away. It's getting worse
they
by
earned
the day.
it. You know? Sorry,
When I
like,
try and dilate, I feel like
this
I'm
is
ripping
disturbing.
myself
It's
apart." He
absolutely
said,
child
"Just
abuse,
take antibiotics for 2 weeks."
exploitation. It's,
And I never had an infection.
and I'm
It
hoping
wasn't
these
until the end of
trans
that year
activists who tried to
that
attack
I
me while
finally
I was
called and I
filming a
said,
protest
"I need to come in.
watch
Like,
this.
there's something so wrong here.
Like, even
And I
if
don't
just
understand
one
why
of them
no one's actually had me come
snaps
in
out of that,
and really
you
look."
know, but I think they're all
They
too
finally had me
focused
come
on
in.
Palestine right now.
They
It's
did
like,
an
oh,
ultrasound,
trans. Oh, no, we're on
and they
to the
did.
latest
It's
thing.
called a vaginoscopy. It's where they go in and look. And there was no infection. What was happening was I had scar tissue all internally
Yeah,
from the new organ, and it was collapsing and causing my pelvic floor trauma.
yeah.
And he told me, "There's no recovering this. Like,
You, like, even
there's
boys
just no
need
way.
to
Like, your body's
puberty to
completely
build up
rejecting it."
bone mass.
And so he said, "You can just stop dilating. Like, it's going to close up either way."
Wow.
And he said that there was just really
I know, even Candace
no
is
other way
like,
to fix it besides
yeah.
surgery.
Yeah, that's
And I cried.
oh,
And I cried in that room
you just,
because I fought for this to work.
well, that's the thing. Like, the
And when I
level
did
of guilt, like, I failed
That was the reason I never
because I
finished
was
school.
too young to get
Because I
this
was recovering that whole
procedure
year.
that should have
I
been
thought that all the pain
illegal
that I had been
for
through,
someone my age.
and I put my family through, was for
You know,
nothing.
to put a kid through this is horrible.
And I cried in
Like,
that room.
that,
And
like,
all he said was, "I'll give you a minute.
this is like,
I'll give you a minute."
you
And
know,
when he came back in,
that's the true crime with this. It's not just the physical mutilation of children. It is the absolute psychological,
Yeah,
like,
all
oh,
the
you,
so
if
far,
you
all
don't
the time
transition your
it's
kid, they're going to kill themselves. I'm
which
sorry,
is very
as a
emotional.
depressed teenager, they're going to probably kill themselves anyways if given, you know,
he came back.
like, somehow I
And he
made
told
it,
me,
like,
"Well,
let's just,
we'll have to do
you
it
know,
again, and this
let
time
it
we're
sort
going
it
to
out.
use a graft from the colon. So we're going to have to do it that way."
Oh God, that even hurts more.
He
Like,
sent me to another
you kind of
specialist
need your
pretty much just
colon.
a few months later.
Shitty as it
Because
sounds,
in order
but
to do
it's
that
an
surgery,
important
you
part
have
of
to
your
have a
body.
colorectal
Like,
specialist who takes the graft. I met with him, and he said, "There's no way I will do this to you."
yeah,
He said,
at least there are good doctors.
"Your pelvic floor is so traumatized in these MRIs
Yeah,
that it will be severely worse complications if it happens again, or you could lose your life." And I felt like my world was over.
yeah. Well,
I
when you
went
get
back
all
to
this
Dr. Roth and I
psychological
said,
pressure
"Why
that
is he
you
thinking
have,
this? You told me that, oh, just meet with him and then he'll tell you kind of how it'll work and then we'll get you in for the second one." He said, "That's not possible. Like, it can be done." So he sent me to another one. I met with him. I wrote
at
the
least
second
there
colorectal
were some
specialist.
good doctors
Said the same
out
thing.
there
He
because
said,
this
"I will not
doctor
operate on you.
she went
This can't
to
be done."
is awful.
Like, he said, "What's happened to you the first time will happen again, if not in a worse way." He refused. And I went back to Dr. Roth and I left a voicemail and I said, "This is the second surgeon saying this, and you're still
Yeah.
telling me to do this second surgery."
No,
Like,
because
I'm
he wants
confused.
his
Every other
career.
doctor is refusing.
I
to
had
almost
a
kill me
doctor
for
like
doing
this who was all about
And
the
I lost
paper,
contact with him.
and he
Yeah. Dr.
that
Joshua
ward in the
Roth.
hospital is no longer an
Well,
operation.
I
just want to say that
I
he
saw him
sounds like an
once
absolute
at
monster,
like
and in my view, he should be put
opera
in prison
ballet
whenever he
performance,
gets here,
and we
because he's
just
never
looked
going
at
to have
each
the
other
spine
like
to say it. I want you to know that I am
like
so sorry for what
we
happened
both
to you.
recognized each other, and him
That was
like,
horrific. But
why
you
are
have to
you
know one,
here? And I'm like,
especially when you're entrusting your life to people that
go
are
fuck
supposed to be
yourself. How's your
professionals.
lawsuits?
Gawking at you as
You
you
know,
come out
we
and
had
start
that
getting
like,
people to come look at this
you
work,
know,
and then being a
I
coward
look
and
like a
hiding
super villain, but
from the
I'm
consequences
mostly
of what you
hero.
did. In
And
my view,
this
you
man
should be in prison
abused
for what he did to you.
kids to
It was the
get his
worst kind of
way.
assault.
So when I
And
see
I was
it
only 20.
on this
At the beginning
level,
of your life.
and when it goes,
Really believing that this
it's
is
not
gonna
just
make your
psychiatry,
life better,
it's
and you cannot be behind
surgery.
that. So,
Like it is feeding big
the most
pharma.
disgusting thing that I've honestly ever heard that somebody could do to
Would you
somebody.
want your
And I can't
kid to
imagine
go through this? Like,
anything
fine, you want to dress up,
that you
dress
and your mother
up.
have gone through,
Don't
and your
hack
sister
off
have
your
gone through,
junk.
and your family has
Yeah.
gone through. Realize that
Like,
you
you
really
know,
need to be more
fine.
sensitive
Like,
about
it's just,
somebody.
even
Like,
as
we
a
were just
Christian, the outer is the
going
outer.
into that
It's
moment
the
that
inner.
everything that they
But if
told us
you
was a
start
lie,
hacking away your body
and that's
parts
why I get frustrated.
and in I'm so sorry. I lost my stream. Yeah, it happens. It's signal goes over and then stream goes down. Sorry. We're gonna go back to that one. Let's just bring it back a little bit. Just a teeny little bit. And I know this is probably cringe for
Their
a lot of
organs and
people,
tissue
but
intact.
I
But
feel it's
you go into the
important
gender clinic
because
and they'll tell
kids
you,
don't
if you want to
realize
look
what
better,
they're
be treated
signing
better,
up
start
for.
now. Start young.
They absolutely don't.
But then you give up everything.
You give up
Hey guys, if
everything.
you like
You
this video,
do.
you are definitely going to like the full episode even
Yay,
better. You
Candy,
can find it
thank
by
you for
clicking
doing
right here.
this. Oh god, this was a crazy one.
Last Wednesday, 9-year-old
Oh
Robert
my
in his
God.
math class. He needed a sip of water, but he couldn't get the cap off with his hands.
And then I started it with my teeth, and then I was squeezing it a little, and then the water pushed the cap to my throat.
Robert started choking on the cap. He describes what he did as you see it in the video.
Like he was trying to do the Heimlich on himself. He knew he needed to do that, but
I ran very quickly to Miss Jenkins.
And Miss Jenkins acted immediately.
yeah.
Like, flustered and he can't talk. So then I just turn him around and I put on the helmet and here we have.
Wow. Like, I mean, you hear so much back talk about teachers lately, but there are some good ones out there, and almost the sun is coming onto the balcony, so I can go and do my stream on the balcony soon. Yeah, I had to move my Christmas tree, so I got my portable table backs, and hopefully this works out. It's a bit of a mess because I was working on plants, but whatever. I don't care. I'm really. Immigration is a privilege, not a right, and the safety of our citizens must come first without question. Donald J. Trump, which is actually a good, oh wow.
The life cycle of the Gen Z Biden voter. Vote for Joe Biden. Go cripplingly into student debt. Realize you can never repay that debt and get a sugar daddy. Go.
We're going to rip the Band-Aid off. We're going to check our student loan
Wow.
debt. And I kind of had a ballpark range. Like, I knew how much I owed. Not down to, like, the exact dollar amount. I'm not the type of person who gets nervous to check their bank account after a weekend.
No, as a woman, you should be checking everything because that's how you get scammed.
Like, I can confidently say there wasn't even, like, a panic. It was just, like, my heart.
This is the problem.
I'm going to die with it. Like, I don't know any way I'm going to be able to pay that off, other than selling my organs on the black market. This is why I don't understand why people shit on sugar babies, because, like, I could get this all paid off tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, like, within the year. If I just found a rich man and everyone's like, patriarchy.
No, I think we all know where this logic ends up. It's like, yeah, okay. Let's just keep it PG-13. No, I mean, okay, I'm sorry if this is, you know how she's heading. She's going to be swinging from a pole and doing extras on the side. Oh yeah, this was funny because this was like the whole thing about YouTubers stealing other people's clips. Like, I never do that. But at the same time, it's like, I'm giving them free advertising. This was nuts. I like this one. Yeah, you can see that full one on my blog if you really want, but you can look up Dharmar on YouTube.
It was all inside a
The whole thing with Sniper Wolf gets so weird. It's just, it's the weirdest thing ever. I don't even know how to make it.
Commercial tractor trailer on Wednesday. Inside that jalapeno paste was
That's some spicy massa.
$10 million worth of methamphetamine and cocaine.
Wow.
Brown. Get more great ABC7 content
Wow.
by clicking the subscribe button.
I need to buy more hot sauce. Like,
The streaming app on Fire TV, Android TV, Apple TV, and Roku to watch on your TV.
I definitely need to get more hot sauce. No, bad jokes. Like, I've pulled up ones where it's from the Maple. This one's so sad, and I wouldn't normally pull up the CBC.
Right now, this Winnipeg
But
school
this is a
at the
problem.
center
And I just want it.
of a growing issue after fake AI
You will be
generated nudes of
trapped.
several female
Just,
students were
oh, you,
posted online.
okay, fine. You shame these women, young women,
The school
high school
says the source
students,
images came from social
because you
media
were
and that the
dumb,
doctor
pervy
deemed
boys.
explicit. Police are investigating.
But you
And
know
they'll get
what?
out to all
You're
parents
going to pay
Thursday,
for it in the
including
end.
this mom of 3 boys.
My jaw just kind of dropped after reading
Yeah.
halfway through.
Oh,
I
yeah.
Just,
And you
I was
can
floored.
tell
It's not clear
she's wearing a
who
mask because it's
behind the
cold.
doctor's
Don't freak
photos,
out.
But the mother of one victim told CBC News they must be held accountable.
Yeah.
Incidents like
Oh,
this
they
are
will
becoming
be.
common.
All these.
Teenage girls, often the target.
It made me feel violated. It made me feel unsafe.
Last week,
And-
a high school student in Miami had a nude photo of her generated and posted online by classmates. She spoke out with her identity protected.
Mhm.
Like, I don't want to be in a school with boys who.
That's yeah. I don't blame her. I wouldn't
And
want to be in
experts
there.
say popular AI technology generates
And it's
images
creepy
that
when
look
it happens to you.
hyper-realistic.
I'm an adult.
All
It's
it
happened
takes
to
is just an
me.
internet connection and a
Fine.
image of somebody.
This
But when it
cybersecurity
happens
expert showed us
to
just how quickly
a
it can be
young
done.
person, it's
A
just
publicly available
gross and
photo
wrong.
online
turned into pornography in just a few minutes.
And these are her classmates. Like, what kind of, like,
The Canadian Centre for Child Protection
like,
works to identify
who are
explicit
raising these
images of
young
children
men to
online
not show
and
up?
have
Like,
them
no,
deleted.
it's okay, you
Says
just
parents
exploit
need to
women.
start having conversations
Like, what the
with
fuck
their
is
kids
these
about
guys'
AI.
families like?
It doesn't really matter whether or
No,
not it
I'm
is off to the
swearing.
kids being
I
used or
just
not.
pisses me off.
There is
It's
still
like,
a
I
fact.
understand when
Still
I've been
feel
exploited,
like they're
these
exposed.
were assholes.
Experts say it's a
Gangster
difficult problem
assholes,
to control,
but
but suggest
these are
websites
high
restrict the kinds
school,
of
middle
photos that
school
can be
students.
uploaded,
Like,
and that
what the
AI-generated
fuck is
images
wrong with
of
kids
child
these
pornography
days?
be added to Canada's
Like,
criminal code.
has
Nicole Williams, CBC News.
has my
Toronto.
generation just sucked so much we raise shitty kids? Like, I'm just wondering right now, like, why is this going on? Because this shouldn't be going on. Oh, yeah, speaking of which,
Tomorrow, we're
I
expecting a
think
major
anyone
update in the investigation of
familiar
child
on
abuse charges
YouTube
against this woman
understands
right
this
here. YouTube
story.
star
Like,
Ruby Frankie.
how the
The
fuck
blogger
do you
is set to
treat your
enter
kids
into a
like
plea
that?
agreement with the state. News specialist Shelby Lofton is in St. George
I don't
tracking
think
developments out of the courtroom.
there is whatever the
Suspected
judge
Ruby Frankie will
serves
take a
down
plea
ain't
deal here
nothing
tomorrow
like
morning
God
at the
has
Washington
coming
County
for this
Courthouse.
woman.
In a statement on Friday,
I
her lawyer
cannot
said
believe
that
this
she
case.
anticipates resolving this matter quickly. She's been in jail since she was arrested back in August.
I think this came as a surprise to everyone.
YouTube family vlogger and mother of 6, Ruby Frankie, now changing course after more than 100 days in jail. In a statement from Wentworth Law, her legal team says Frankie found herself under the influence of mental health counselor Jody Hildebrandt. She and Hildebrandt worked together for Connections Classroom, an online counseling business.
It doesn't
with
matter,
many
you're a
videos on
fucking
parenting
grown up.
advice.
Look after
2
your
of Frankie's
baby.
children were found malnourished with serious wounds in
That's a
Hildebrandt's
psycho.
Ivan's home on August 30th. Frankie and Hildebrandt were arrested and charged with 6 counts each of child abuse. KSL
That's
legal
not
analyst
enough.
Greg Skordas says the plea agreement is surprising.
It appeared from the beginning that the defendants in this case were fighting their charges. They were going as far as they could to fight them.
Frankie's legal team says she's a devoted mother who worked with Hildebrandt, believing she could improve herself and her family, but was led astray. The 2 women were featured in several videos together.
Where the state has gone to one party and said, look, if you'll help us and testify against the other party, we'll give you a slightly better plea bargain.
Skorda says the deal might offer reduced charges or a suspended or lesser sentence.
It depends on how anxious, I should say, the state is to get the testimony of the co-defendant and what they're willing to give up in exchange for that.
Frankie's team says she has reset her moral compass and will take responsibility for her actions leading up to her arrest.
A
How?
plea bargain entails that there is some
You
semblance of
abused your
responsibility, some
babies.
plea for lesser
How is
charge,
there
and
any
we'll just have to
like?
see what that is.
How is
And
there
Frankie's court appearance is scheduled for
like
11
she
tomorrow
abused her
morning. That's when we'll
babies
find out
for
the
view?
details on this plea
There's
bargain.
not a layer
We'll bring
in
you
hell
updates as
that
they
is
come from
fit
Washington
enough for
County.
this woman.
Shelby
But
Lofton,
if this is a
KSL
judge's
News.
All right, we
decision,
look forward to that. Thanks a lot, Shelby. KSL will cover the Frankie
it's just
hearing tomorrow
wrong.
morning at
It's
11
wrong, and
o'clock.
it bugs me when
And
I
we will
see
bring you
this
the
kind
latest
of,
from the hearing right here on KSL TV.
entitleism or just vanity, greed. I don't know what it is. It's just sinful. It's awful. Yeah, this one's so cute. I love this one just because, like, they're not used to marijuana.
Recreational marijuana in Ohio.
So just seeing, like, people from Ohio try and, like, I'm like, oh my god, it is like a third world nation. Like,
you got to speak to the operation. So what are they saying
it
about
was
this
disturbing
pattern
the
the
other
state
day
is currently
going
in?
downtown, and meanwhile, this
Good
is so
morning, Kelly
cute
and
and
Stephen. I
polite.
can tell you that they
Ohio's so
will use this
polite.
time
You guys
to
are
bring up
wonderful.
production, telling me that it's
It's
very
just,
important that this is
oh
done the
my
right
god,
way and
it's
not the quick way. Now, one of the biggest questions that our station has
it's
gotten is
just
what will
funny.
that buying process look like? And I spoke to this medical dispensary behind me, and they said that buying process might be different than what you imagine.
You're working with a wellness advisor with an iPad to walk through the different products that are available, different dosage, so you can make sure you get the right thing for the effect that you're looking for. Whether it's something medicinally, you have back pain or a little anxiety that you're looking for some relief, or for socially, you're looking for something for a social release. We want to make sure that you walk out with the right product and know how to dose it properly to make sure you have a positive experience.
Now, as far as when he thinks you'll be able to buy recreationally in the state of Ohio, he doesn't think that'll happen until late summer or sometime into the fall. But the bottom line here is he thinks that time will allow this process to be smooth. Reporting live out here, Danielle Tendector, WTOT News 5.
Okay, and Danielle, anything else you can tell us about what the buying process would look like? He kind of described it a bit.
Yeah, Kelly, I can really tell you, once you go in there, it's not something you can just buy off the shelves and take to the register like you're buying things at a normal store. He says everything will be locked up and secure, so you have to go in there, like he says, and talk to someone so you know what type of product you're getting. He says that education part of this process is just so important.
And as far as the price, did he give any indication? Or
I love how delicately they're trying to explain this.
Yeah, Kelly, he says that really varies.
Because this is
Some
uncharted
can range
territory
$20 to $30,
for.
but and some can actually range all the way up to $100. He says it actually depends on the type of consumption that you are buying and also the potency level of the product itself.
Okay, Danielle Dendek reporting live.
Hi from Canada. I just thought that was so quaint and cute. Like, they're just like so polite about it. Like, it's not Canadians replied, oh no. No, and here is a reality.
The housing crisis is dominating headlines in Canada. Well,
Hate to say it, I've thought about it. Like,
record amounts.
I look at American real estate like it's porn. I don't look at naked people. I look at houses and like, oh my God, I could renovate that and I could do this and flip it and like, oh, it's just, and it would be so cheap. Oh.
73 years.
I live in $1 million neighborhood, and it's like 1 to 3 bedroom ranchers, like barely anything. Like,
definitely talks about some of the statistics that are happening in Canada that are more pertinent.
Half the time they're so run down. They pave them onto condos, but they're $1 million houses. So
work is performed usually by, or 80% of the work is performed usually by 20% of the people. Well, we see that 20% of the people are packing their bags and they're taking off, They're taking off, you hosers. December 29th, 2023, recent article here. Canada may have record population growth, but what happens if immigrants see the mass exodus of citizens? Statistics Canada data shows Q3 2023 emigration being the reverse of immigration. This is people leaving, surge to an unusually
this is really
high
important
level,
because if people like us leave
in such large number, a 3-month outflow has only been larger 3 times.
We are going to lose our stability
Canada
base
sees
as a
largest
nation.
outflow of residents in the past.
It's going to become like Europe.
Years. This is
And
unbelievable, and this is a massive.
You think crime is bad
trend.
now?
It's moving up. And
I
it
think
hasn't
homelessness
just
is
started
bad now.
It's
Just
accelerating, though. It's really moving forward, and you can't blame this on COVID-19. This is the article actually gets into this. The above chart also really highlights this is a recent trend, starting with the record high exodus in Q3 2016. Higher emigration is normalized. Quarterly outflows are roughly 50% higher from that point forward. It is recent trend, but important to note this isn't exclusive to the post-pandemic. Now, Canadians are fleeing at an unusually rapid rate. Canada is set to have a banger of a year when it comes to resident outflows, where there were 74,017 immigrants year to date. And this is up to Q3. We haven't got the data for quarter 4, already hitting 79% of the total of last year. The final quarter of 2023 can come in lower than the previous 2 years and still print one of the biggest years ever for outflows. And what is driving this? Well, it's getting really ridiculously expensive to live here in Canada.
Yeah.
And it's really difficult. And the government is exacerbating the situation.
Like,
now, this is some of the measures that they're doing.
If you
at the
told
federal
me
level.
in high school this
Declared basically
would be
wartime
going on,
measures here in Canada. This is what they do. This is what the Trudeaus love to do.
Why even
whether it's
graduate?
Elliott or it's Justin Trudeau.
Why even bother?
Declare a state of emergency on the things that you've caused. Here they are announcing the Wartime Housing Act.
At the end of the Second World War, Canada was dealing with enormous housing challenges.
Can we
needed to
like
build
get up some
many
FEMA
thousands of homes quickly
trailers
to
or
accommodate
something
all the
like
soldiers
that?
who were
Like, don't
returning
you have
home to
some
be with their
surplus
families when the
ones
war
after
had ended.
Katrina?
Right.
Because I think we
Thousands of
have an
soldiers
actual
were coming
emergency up here.
home to Canada, and they needed to build houses for them. Now we have a different story here. We have record immigration brought on by the federal government. July through October, more than 43,000 people entered to stay and live permanently in Canada, the most rapid increase since 1957. This is astonishing. You're going to think that I got this from some right-wing website or something like that. No, you'll see down in the corner. This is CTV. This is a statistic from CTV.
Well, we can trust them.
Absolutely insane. Yes, shown here. Canada population growth, 43,635 people. This is just from July through September.
It's got to be bad
Yes,
if
that's
CTV
right.
does honest reporting.
Statistics. Now, this is the Minister of Immigration talking about what our plans are for the future.
Our worker to retiree ratio has dropped from 7 to 1 since I was born 50 years ago.
Now, remember that statement, the worker to retiree ratio.
Yeah, I know. We're
into
just
that. So
numbers.
let's listen to what he has
They
to
don't
say.
give a
Nearly
fuck
3
about
to
us.
1 now. If we don't welcome more newcomers, that number will approach 2 to 1 in decades ahead. That'll put our infrastructure and key programs like our healthcare and our education at risk.
So what infrastructure are we talking about? We're talking about...
I don't know. I think
We're
there'd
talking
be
about
more
pension
women
plans.
and
We're talking
people
about all
and
the things that they
families
spent the money for.
that would have
They
more
didn't collect the
babies
money
if
and
we
put it
could
into
afford
savings.
them.
Maybe there's a little bit, but
We don't-
No. This
We
is
can't get
all,
our birth rate up
well,
because we
some
can't
people
afford
call it
kids.
what,
Like every kid is like $1
maybe a
million
pyramid scheme.
right
Yeah,
now.
that's right. It's
Like,
maybe a pyramid.
it-
Yeah, the definition
we
of a pyramid
shouldn't
scheme is
be
when
putting
you pay off
families so
old
far down
investors
and
with
all
the new
these
investors.
like,
You have to
hey,
keep
we give
bringing
you all
that
these
money
child
in.
benefits
Now,
and
what would
stuff. It's
happen if
like
immigrants coming to Canada were told that they were actually the
it's
bottom of the
not.
socialist pyramid
It's
scheme? Would
that's
they come?
great,
That
but
is
if
the
you were
question for the
paying
comment section
3 times
down
as
in
much
the-
for
down in
rent
the comment
or your
section
mortgage
today. Leave a
or
comment
your
on what you think
gas
about
to
that.
get to work
But this is
and
the-
get
this
your
is the type of
kitties to
numbers that they're talking
the
about.
$10
They need to bring into the country to sustain
like
the
childcare.
spending that they plan.
I don't
in the
trust
future.
that.
I mean, they could cut all of their
Because
spending
I've
on
already
wars
seen,
and
I can draw out
ridiculous
some of
things that they've been
these
throwing money around
like
at.
reports,
We
even
get
some
into
are
that
from
stuff
the
all the time on the
CBC,
channel.
where
Ridiculous things that they
the
spend money. No, they
cheap
won't cut
like
that in order to
childcare
pay for these things that help
is
bring in new
run
immigrants.
by
And how
abusive
many
people.
are we talking about here, Mark Miller?
Get what you pay
I'm
for.
pleased to share that Canada intends
It's opening
to
it
maintain
up
its target
to
of
bad
welcoming
things.
485,000 new permanent residents in 2024.
That many in 1 year.
Yeah.
And
1
listen to
year.
what else.
And 500,000 in 2025.
And 500,000 in 2025.
Starting in 2026, the number of newcomers we aim to welcome will stabilize at 500,000.
It will stabilize at 500, not 500,000 total. 500,000
But we don't
per year.
like we
Indefinitely.
barely have
This is
houses.
ridiculous.
We're doing this
sheer numbers,
whole
and I gotta preface
like
this, I'm not
building boom,
anti-immigration.
but it's
very, very pro-immigration. I
it's
think
actually
people should come to Canada.
gonna
I think that's great. But
open
when we
like
get numbers
oh
like
this
this,
is gonna be a
what is
perfect
really
storm
gonna
for
happen in this
disaster.
country?
It really
Now,
will
we
be.
have the Liberal Party going
We
out
do
there,
not
putting out
have
their
the
ads, and
infrastructure
this is
to
their
welcome
latest
so
one.
many people.
You know,
I'm sorry,
to
we
you from Pierre Poilievre. Pierre Poilievre's gift to Canadians. What's in it? Oh, it's more than 100 cuts to the middle class and services they rely on. Why is it that we need to be relying on the government for services? If we don't have the services, we can't live as middle class. That is not how this country is supposed to work. No. The government is supposed to be largely out of our lives and allow us to make do on our own. That's what a middle class is. That's a middle class is a class of people that can make it on their own and be middle class by their own work and their own efforts. This is the way it works. No, but the liberal idea here is that they're the ones to dole out the money. This is redistribution. We got to create a middle class. Now I put in there, and because I mean, I'm not sticking up for Pierre Poilievre. I don't think his policy states that he's going to cut things to the middle class. I think he's going to cut other things. But at the end of the day, what the Liberal Party does not want you to know, when we go broke from their economic policies, they will cut middle class programs first.
Yeah.
Not corporate welfare and not foreign aid. And foreign aid is just poor people in rich countries giving rich people in poor countries money. That's all that is. I'm going to leave that there.
That
And I'd
is
love
basically
you guys
what's
to leave a
happening.
comment
That
in the
is a
comment section
fair
down below.
assessment.
How much is enough
Yeah.
in Canada? Or should we have a
And
moratorium
we-
on immigration for a while? Let things cool off, perhaps, be pretty strict on who can enter and stay. This is
No,
the
we've
ultimate question
basically
here
opened
for
the
this
floodgates.
video.
We
Please
are
leave a comment in the
putting
comment section down below. Let me know what you think about all of
migrants.
this and everything that I said.
Some
in
are
this video.
refugees, some
We'll see you in the next one.
like we'll sort it out. I'm not trying to be critical of anyone, but when you just open the border and then be like, oh, we'll give you like housing and a phone because that's our duty, it just, people exploit the system. And that's what's happening. It's happening in other cities. It's happening in the States. Let's just poke the pink elephant in the room and like, hi, I see you. I know you're trying to hide in the corner, but you're way too big for us to ignore. And nothing against anyone who comes through with legal immigration. But unfortunately, yeah, it's gone sideways. And Melissa Lantsman.
So get this, the environment minister just got back from jet setting halfway around the
crazy
world where he
eyes.
rubbed elbows with 70,000 of his closest friends, including superstars,
I hope that you
celebrities,
had
and
hand
oil barons from the
sanitizer
countries with the
after.
worst human rights
Ew.
abuses on record.
Yeah.
But he says that you need to pay a higher carbon tax, and the Canadians who produce clean, ethical, natural resources should be out of a job.
Yeah,
After
I
8
know.
years of this Liberal government, the difference
Like,
has
who
never
are
been
we
more
saving
striking.
this
It's one
for?
that sets
We
the
need
rules
this
for
now.
high carbon hypocrites, and another for hard-working Canadian families who get lectured about climate change while they can't pay their bills. In just 10 months, Justin Trudeau flew the equivalent of 3 times around the world in his private jet, burning over 127,000 kilometers of high carbon jet
Are you
fuel.
fucking
And on
kidding
top
me?
of that, his ministers, like the Minister of Finance, who flies private jets from Toronto to Ottawa.
Oh, no,
but
I
has
thought,
her
no,
chauffeur
you're
drive her
lying.
car
She's
there
lying.
anyways,
She only
does
takes
exactly
the
same
subway.
thing. Or the environment
He
minister,
lives in
he himself,
Toronto, and I
spent
only take
over
the subway. And I
$140,000
canceled my
to
kids'
fly
Disney
to
Plus.
Beijing to engage with the arm of the Communist Party of China, the same party that opens 2 new coal-fired plants every
the
single
fuck?
week. These are some of the people who are going to quadruple the carbon tax and make it harder
Merry
for you to
Christmas!
afford gas, groceries, home heating,
feels
and almost
patriotic?
everything else. Conservatives say no. No to oppressive schemes that take money away from Canadians and don't reduce our emissions. And no to high-carbon hypocrites who say one thing and then do the opposite. After 8 years of Justin Trudeau and these Liberals,
We're
it's
done.
clear that they're just not worth the cost. We need common sense back in this country, and we're going to deliver just that with Prime Minister Poilievre as the next Prime Minister of Canada.
There was a little slip there. She said Prime Minister Poilievre as the next Prime Minister, which is an interesting little spin. But, I mean, everyone's just fed up. Like, we cannot deal with Trudeau behaving like a spoiled little rock star. Like, he is like the epitome of the worst, kid celebrity that turns bad. I don't know. Like, at least he didn't hold up a gas station. He just held up all their taxpayers, all of us. Yeah, this was a good one, and I'm going to go back to the other
The
stream
illegal gun
after
bill
this.
has passed in the Senate, and it has angered a lot of legal gun owners who say it really targets them and does nothing to address real gun crime here in Canada.
No,
To
it
talk about this
doesn't.
in more
It's a
detail
fucking
is
bullshit
Lethbridge
law.
Conservative
It is
MP
going
and Shadow
against
Minister for Canadian Heritage,
legal gun
Rachel Thomas, who
owners
joins us
as
from
this
London.
big,
Rachel, welcome
like,
back to the
communist scoop
Thanks,
of
Hal. Great to be with you.
our weapons.
Now, while
Like,
Bill C-21
what is
was discussed
Trudeau
as a means
planning
to tackle gun
if he's
crime,
cutting
there
down
was a lot
free
of concerns
speech?
raised that most
He's
gun
cutting
crimes
down
were
our
from guns that were
guns.
smuggled into
He's
the United
cutting
States
off our
and not
food.
from legal gun owners like hunters
Welcome
and
to
those on ranches.
communism. It's sick.
Well, I think that's
It's
exactly
fucking
it, Hal.
sick.
You've really nailed the problem on the head.
And she's brilliant.
Look,
Yeah.
we know that those who have a gun license were tested, they've been trained, and they hold that license having gone through due course. And then, of course, once they have that license, they can acquire a firearm. And, of course, they're expected to use it responsibly, and if they should fail to do so, they'll be stripped of their license and their firearm. So in Canada, we actually have really strict laws already, and we know that the crimes that are being committed are not being committed by those who have gone through proper process, but rather by those who are smuggling guns into Canada.
Yeah.
So, the legislation that Prime Minister Trudeau has brought forward now, Bill C-21, will really do nothing to clean up the streets of our communities. What needed to happen was we needed to reinforce our policing. We needed to go after gangs. We need to go after gun violence. We need to go after those who are smuggling firearms across the U.S. border into Canada. These are the types of things that are, tangible actions that can be taken that would really make a meaningful difference. So, unfortunately, instead, Trudeau has decided that he's going to play politics. He would like Canadians to believe that he is doing something when, in fact, he's not, to keep our streets safe. And in reality, he's going after, law-abiding hunters, law-abiding, sport shooters, and of course, Indigenous folks who, enjoy a traditional way of life as well.
Now, speaking of our Prime Minister, he was asked recently if he was really seriously considering finally axing the carbon tax. And the question was met by a resounding no. Rachel, why do you think that the message is not getting through to our Prime Minister that this tax is hurting so many industries, so many Canadians?
Well, if I tried to get into the head of Trudeau, I'm afraid that it would, make my head spin. I'm really not able to make sense of what is in his head at times. And I think, this is no exception. When it comes to the carbon tax, we know that it drives up the price of everything. From the time seed goes into the ground, to the time that a harvest takes place, to the time that food is processed and then onto grocery store shelves and then comes home. All of those steps along the way are, have a carbon tax applied to them. And so then, of course, when people, Canadians, go to the grocery store to pick up a jug of milk or a box of cereal, they're having to incur the cost. And we know that Canadians are already struggling with affordability. We know that they're having a really hard time making ends meet. We know that they're cutting back on necessities. We know that they're skipping meals. And we know that, a good portion of Canadians are close to insolvency or being in trouble. And so I think we're in a really destitute place as a Canadian public. And unfortunately, we have a Prime Minister who doesn't seem to lean in and care.
And we see a lot more Canadians, too, having to walk away from some of their mortgages as well with the high cost of inflation. It's just incredible. More and more tent cities going up all over the place. Not just those battling addictions, but those who've lost everything because the high cost of living.
Yeah.
Rachel, let's also talk about the expansion of the MAID bill, or medical assistance in dying, to include
This is
those
scary.
with mental illness.
This is awful.
Now, you say that
This is so wrong.
It's not the answer, calling it, quote, reckless and
It
irresponsible.
is, but
Yeah, I
this
stand by
is
those
so
words.
wrong, and this is when we
medical
need
assistance
to
in
fight.
dying
We
came
were
into
supposed to
place in
protect
2016,
the
and
most
it's expanded
vulnerable in
slowly over
society,
time.
and meanwhile we're
Since-
like, oh no,
since
if you can't afford to live,
Now the government is looking at making it possible for an individual with
This
mental
is-
illness to
no.
ask for medical assistance in dying.
This
just
is
based
wrong.
on the
I am
mental
all
illness.
for a right to life,
And that'll come into place
pro-choice,
this spring.
but this is
Now,
wrong
there have
because
been many
people in this
voices that have vocally
situation,
spoken out against this, including across the board, every single
Yeah.
community that represents persons with disabilities has spoken
this
out
is
about
wrong.
bill.
This is going to
Or this
lead to
expansion, I should say.
exploitation.
In addition to that,
Basically,
every
it
medical
is
school in
like
the country, the
Soylent
head of their
Green. It's
psychiatric,
like anyone can be on the
training
chopping
has
block.
spoken out about this bill.
What do you
and
want?
said that it goes too far.
Oh, you can't
and
afford
so,
to live?
there's this push from the
Okay,
local government
you can
to
kill
make medical
yourself,
assistance
no
in dying
problem.
more and
We
more
have MAID.
accessible.
We need to
and
keep
there are
our
others
number
who
one
are
ranking in
actual
organ
professionals
donations.
who are speaking out and saying it's too far. So my colleague, Mr. Ed
This
Fast
is
from
too damn
British
far.
Columbia,
he created a private members bill that actually would scope out, in other words, protect those with mental illness, and make it so that they could not request medical assistance in dying. Unfortunately, his bill was not successful in passing the House of Commons because the Bloc and the Liberals colluded in order to stop it. So I think that's a sad day for Canadians, because ultimately we want to make sure that we're a country that takes care of our most vulnerable.
But we
and
don't.
Of course, those who are struggling with a disability or with a mental illness are those that we should be looking after, not offering death.
Replace everyone.
Shared by Alex Schattenberg, the Executive Director of Youth and Nation Prevention Coalition.
Please, if you are struggling with PTSD or Down syndrome or depression,
now, Rachel, you and your leader,
just
Pierre
keep
Poilievre, say
fighting.
the Trudeau government
Do not let them
$150
win.
million in their green slush fund. Now, the news broke recently thanks to a whistleblower.
this is bad.
Millions of Canadians are struggling and going to food banks right now. Over 2 million Canadians so far this year. You say the Liberals are more interested in serving its insiders rather than the people of Canada?
Oh, you figure?
Well, certainly. Unfortunately, we're looking at a government that would rather reward its friends and make sure that they're looked after rather than serving Canadians. So, it's come to our attention, based on a brave whistleblower, that about $150 million was, taken and given to insiders rather than used for actual, projects. That's a problem. And so, we've had a lot come to light since this has been investigated at Ethics Committee in the House of Commons. This has been something that as Conservatives, we've been fighting for quite some time now, and just trying to draw attention to. And so I'm really proud of my colleagues at the Ethics Committee. In particular, Michael Barrett has been the lead on this. And I just think they've done a phenomenal job shedding light on the scandal, shedding light on the misuse of funds by this government and handing it out to friends. I should also mention this isn't the first time. The government also created the app for coming into Canada, and spent $54 million on it. And it's come to light now that a whole bunch of that money was actually just, again, funneled to friends rather than used for the creation of the Arrive Can app. And they are currently under investigation by the RCMP. And so we'll wait and see what comes of that. But what we do know is that there are numerous examples of corruption within this government, and Conservatives are certainly kept busy trying to stay on top of it all. But it's worth it because we believe that Canadians deserve to know the truth.
The Liberals blocked a Tory motion calling for no bonuses for the CBC. Rachel, our public broadcaster, is laying off around 600 employees, and yet the head of the CBC, Catherine Tate, during a recent interview, wouldn't rule out bonuses for top executives. Bonuses paid for by our tax dollars.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. Certainly, I've been trying to draw as much attention to this as possible. The CBC is funded to the tune of $1.4 billion from the Canadian taxpayers. That's a whole lot of money. And you want to make sure that that public broadcaster and the head of that public broadcaster, the CEO, Ms. Tate, just weeks before Christmas, and made the determination that she would let go 600 employees and not fill another 200 positions. So that means a total of 800 positions.
I'm moving on
gone.
to the deck.
This announcement
The
is coming
sun
out
is
just
finally
before
out.
Christmas.
It's warm out.
Number one, the timing is cruel.
Warm enough
and number
for
two,
this
you have a
little
CEO who just received a $60,000 bonus in July.
Bonuses! How do I not get bonuses? I don't know.
And then on top of that, she was asked,
I'm paying
does that
so
mean
much
the
for
top
my
execs,
medical,
those at the top, are not going to be receiving bonuses? And she just kind of shrugged her shoulders and said, well, not quite. So she's left that door open. And I think that's alarming because, to have someone at the head, to have someone at the helm willing to cut 800 jobs in a ruthless manner, but still willing to give out potentially tens of millions of dollars in bonuses. I think that's cruel, and I think it's mismanagement.
Let's talk about the Speaker of the House for just a moment here. There's been pressure by your party to force the Speaker of the House, Greg Fergus, to resign. Rachel, why is that?
Well, Mr. Fergus is a relatively new speaker. He's been there for several months now, but no doubt he knows the rules because, of course, the first act of business when you're, made the Speaker of the House and it's an elected position, it's one of trust. The first act is to become familiar with the standing orders and to be able to reinforce those. And so one of those standing orders requires him to remain non-partial. Or impartial, sorry, I should say, non-partisan. And yet he dressed in his robes as the Speaker of the House and then delivered a video greeting that was then shown at the Ontario Liberal Convention. And so, of course, this came to light, and as Conservatives, we've been pushing for his resignation because at the end of the day, he's proven that he isn't able to act in an impartial manner. He's proven that he does put partisanship ahead of his role as Speaker, and we find that problematic, not just for us as the Conservative Party of Canada and members of the House, but for all Canadians, because when the Speaker of the House acts in this way, it actually robs certain individuals of their voice.
Yeah.
Rachel, your party, the Conservative Party of Canada, is well ahead in the polls. In fact, if an election was held today, the Tories would win an easy majority government. Now, you tried to bring down the government.
Against the current government and to choose something new.
Oh, there's a
so
signal
that their
back. Oh
future
my
might look
god,
a whole lot
this
better.
sucks so
You know,
bad
there's
on
some
the eye.
insiders who say that Justin Trudeau may
Fuck
actually
my
be
life
forced to
sometimes.
resign and take that long
Sorry
walk
for swearing,
in the snow
but
here to give his party a chance of being re-elected. Something similar to what his father Pierre Elliott Trudeau did 40 years ago. But other people say no, Trudeau's going to stay on as leader, and he's pretty happy to do so.
God
Down
no.
the hill, will Trudeau stay on
No.
as
No.
leader of the federal Liberal
If
Party of Canada?
Trudeau gets in again,
Yeah,
I'm
there's
leaving the
there's certainly
country.
a
I
great deal
cannot.
of speculation around this. Of course, there are those who believe that he's perhaps going to be shown the door by those who are inside his party that might have some sway. There are others who think he himself might come to that decision, and then of course there's
You would
another
think
group of folks who believe
nobody
he's
likes
absolutely
him.
going
I'm
to-
like,
to stay in that
shoot.
position and try to win another election.
Yeah,
So,
he will. He is that
every thought is on the
narcissistic
table,
and a
and,
sociopath
the
and
only
a
way we'll know for
psychopath.
sure,
Like
of
he
course,
is like
when the election is
all of the
actually called, and
categories.
We'll see who's in charge of the Liberal Party of Canada.
Time will tell, absolutely.
Time
Rachel,
will
you
tell.
recently hosted a
God
Christmas
knows.
open house. What were some of the concerns people in Lethbridge shared with you during this very busy holiday season?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It was certainly a wonderful event on December 9th. I hosted just over 600 people at a public open house for
Aw.
Christmas, and folks were able to come by and say hi to Santa, decorate some cookies, enjoy the fire, and of course listen to some live Christmas music. And so it was a really fun event. And
I hate to say
of
it,
course,
though.
people come with concerns as
Problem
well.
with Canadian
the number one
politics,
concern
it's
would be
all the
affordability.
blue
It would be
hairs usually.
around,
Like you
being
look at
able
the
to put
photos.
the heat on in their
It
home,
isn't
being able to put groceries on there.
like
in
I
their
hate to
fridge,
say it, but blue
being able
collar
to care for their
workers
families. That's
are
definitely
too
number
busy
one.
working
And I would say
to
the
get
other one would
involved
just be a
with politics,
combination
and
of,
that is the biggest crux
homelessness
and this whole
addiction and
process
mental health,
is
which the three of them, unfortunately,
we're just
often go together.
it's there's
and then, of
such a
course, with that,
divide
I think the other concern
between
would just be rising crime as well, and people wanting to feel safe in their communities. And I
the
think
two
having some concern around
parliamentary, like if you're on the
Shadow
House
Minister
or
for
in the
Canadian Heritage,
seats,
Lethbridge Conservative
or
Rachel Thomas.
in the
Thanks so much
galley,
for your time.
you're.
Thank you for having me. Great to be with you.
So I think a lot of people feel disenfranchised with how our policies are going. Okay, so oh yeah, I'm gonna pull up did I even pull up this one the other day? Oh my god, I almost want to pull it up again. But yeah, let's not pull it up. Let's focus on the newer ones. Okay. Or my other one. We're going to stop that one. Because I don't think I made it through one the other day. God knows. God knows what's going to happen. Sorry, I know I look hideous today. I really don't care. Like, whatever. I'm alive. Okay, that one was done. Let's just go on to the newest one. Let's find it. Let's find today's. And then maybe I can get on to yesterday's. When your brain takes a vacation. Oh, God knows. Oh well. This one will load. Hopefully it's the right one. Also, sign the petition if you're just tuning in. Yay, happy Friday. But it's like, yeah, it's, oh God, even my channel's like, you know what? Come on, work. You're gonna load. I believe in you. Oh, there we go. Finally. It's like, I almost feel like Tinkerbell, like, clap your hands, like, let's get her going, folks. This was nuts. This one was nuts. I don't know how long this one is. Oh, 3 hours. Yeah. But we're going to just let it play for a little bit. Just give me a second.
Amendment protected speech.
It's
Not
getting
this
too windy
garbage that is
to
not
go on the
protected by
balcony
anything
anymore.
But First Amendment protected speech. Here's what gets me. What the courts found, this is in the record, this is factual findings, is that Facebook devoted all kinds of resources and people, actual human people, to doing things like monitoring posts on COVID-19 vaccine efficacy. There's one example of a parent in my home state of Missouri who wanted to post something about a school board meeting. Facebook used human moderators to go and take down that post. That was important. That has to come down. We can't have them posting about school board meetings, for heaven's sake. But the things that your daughter experienced, this ring of pedophiles, rings plural, that Facebook just can't find the time for. They just don't have the resources for it. That we just have to leave to, let the market have its effect. Let AI do its job. We just don't have the resources for it. They had plenty of resources to censor First Amendment speech. No resources to protect our children. Absolutely unconscionable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Behar, thank you for being here. And thank you. You have been extraordinarily patient, but also incredibly forthcoming in your responses. It's just been tremendously helpful. So thank you so much. I just want to come back to something that you've said over and over because you've been asked about it over and over. To quote you in response to an earlier question, you said that changes to the product. You're just explaining that Instagram is a product like ice cream or opioids, maybe. Changes to the product would be most helpful, but there is no incentive. And by no incentive, I mean, that really just means there's no money in it for the company, right? I mean, isn't that what it gets down to? If they could make money on it, wouldn't they do it?
You're going to have to ask them. I really am. I'm very excited for the day that Mark or Adam are sitting here.
Me too.
And then you can ask them, so why did you not invest? Because one of the things that is in each recommendation you see there, do you understand what data is causing these things? Like, here's the button that you can build in the systems. Those are not a matter of significant investment. It would not cost them as much. It is a matter of how much they prioritize the work and whether they're willing to set their goals based on what teens are experiencing.
I think that's very well said. And, I would just add this. You commented earlier that it would be great to hear Mark Zuckerberg say, we made $34 billion this quarter.
that was hypothetical you threw out, and then here I also have to report here's the amount of harm the teenager suffered. I'd say what else I'd love to hear him say. We made $34 billion this quarter, and we have $34 billion in jury judgments pending against us. That would get their attention. And I just have to say, at the end of the day, if you want to incentivize changes to these companies, you have got to allow people to sue them. You've got to open up the corporate doors. The FTC fined Facebook, what was it, $1 billion or something?
Yeah, you can find the longer version on
They
my
changed nothing. They
on
don't.
my blog. The link to it. BlueCryptomaria.gold. .gold is a real domain. See, this is where I got the title for today from. You kind of wonder these days.
Mayor, we've come to the end of what was a very eventful 2023, right? So when you look at the totality of the year, if you had to describe it, and it's tough to do, in one word, what would that word be, and tell me why?
New York.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was in the foothills of the Himalayas with Xi Jinping.
This is a place where every day you wake up, you could experience everything from a plane crashing into our trade center to a person who's celebrating a new business that's open. This is a very, very complicated city, and that's why it's the greatest city on the globe. This is a place where every day you wake up, you could experience everything from a plane crashing into our trade center.
Okay. Yeah. Should I have said trigger warning? Like, oh my god. And that's me in the grocery store. This is... I don't know if I want to pull
Good
this
morning.
one up.
I'm
This
Taylor
one's
Wilson.
long.
Today is Friday, December 22nd,
It's on my
2023.
blog.
This is the exit.
I think we all know about the shooting. I will have more articles, and this is so hilarious. I think this is like the sentiment of every Canadian this Christmas. Like, yeah, thank you, Santa. This is all I wanted for Christmas. Quite literally, just this moment. It's beautiful. Oh God, and I would not pull up the CBC. As much as I want them to fund it, well, having fun in Zombieland, like, I'm not. Like, this is gross. Oh, like, trigger warning. Like, this is gross.
Ryan Green is
But this is reality. Like, this is why when I say I don't like going downtown.
My arm swelled up like that.
What do you even say?
It was like an abscess.
Even the
so
old
bad.
timers downtown, like the guys who've been there homeless like for years have been like,
an animal tranquilizer.
yeah, there's something different. It's
You end up
we don't talk to
unconscious
those like,
to the point where
but
people
this
would
is where
rob you
drugs will
seriously
get you,
every
kid.
time.
Like,
And it's completely
doesn't
taken
this look
over
fun?
Philadelphia's Kensington
Doesn't this look fun?
Block
Yeah, it
after
looks
block
like
of
Kensington,
devastating
but this is
For about a year now, there's been this mobile clinic coming to this neighborhood because so many people here have terrible skin rotting wounds from the drug.
yeah, this is disturbing. This is gross.
How you doing? All right, what are we gonna do first? Your arm, and then your head?
This is gross.
All
This
right,
is
take
so
a breath.
gross. I'm so sorry, but
Sorry. You know I don't mean to hurt you.
The clinic is run by the city and a local hospital, and Ryan is a regular here.
Yeah, this hurts really bad.
That hurts because it's really infected.
Nurse practitioner Michelle Murphy Rosansky treats about 25 patients every day.
You okay? We see people who've lost multiple body parts. In the summer, we do see a lot of maggots because they get into the wounds. Yeah, it's brutal.
25 people a day.
Like so many, Ryan at first didn't
This
know
is
his
disturbing.
fentanyl had
This is
become
gross.
Now
Like,
he's
I'm
addicted
sorry,
to
but
the mix.
But still come back tomorrow. Let me write the prescription. So
yeah,
don't leave
come
yet.
back tomorrow so I can bandage you up more. Like, what the fuck are we
happening
doing?
here is extreme, but it could also serve as a warning because Trank is showing up in Canada too, making the overdose crisis even worse.
The Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction says xylazine or Trank has emerged as an increasingly common cutting
It's come up.
Canada is warning that Trank is being found
I've seen people downtown.
Health
Like,
Canada
that's why I
says
was like,
cases of xylazine in
just
street drugs they
dropping off
analyzed
some
jumped from
paperwork.
5
I was
to more
like,
than
I do not want to be
1,300 over the last
downtown.
5
I
years.
texted
It's
my
being found
family,
mostly
like, hey, if you're planning on coming
We're
to
in
Victoria
Windsor, a border
anytime
city
soon,
in
please
southern
avoid
Ontario,
the
and
Bay
it's been hit
Center.
really hard by the
Sorry,
opioid
it's like,
crisis,
and I
with
hate saying
rising
that over
overdose
Christmas,
deaths.
but
And like in Philadelphia, outreach workers
I
and
would
people
not
who use
want.
drugs say the drug
I
supply
didn't feel
here is
comfortable
becoming even more
downtown.
toxic.
I would not want my little niece and nephew.
The levels
Like,
are
certain
nowhere
parts
near
are safe,
Philadelphia.
but other
Still,
parts,
with Trank's arrival here,
if
Lacey
you really
President's
want to
outreach has
support the
become
stores,
more
order
urgent.
online.
What can I get for you?
It's not bad.
Injectable
It-
and nasal?
She distributes supplies so people
Even
can
in
use
Sydney,
drugs
which is a
safely.
very
Remember
safe
when I was here
city,
the other day, I
people
was
were
talking
already,
about that xylazine stuff.
and I hate to say
Right?
it,
It changes
like, we
how
shouldn't be
respond to
gutting our
overdose. It looks a lot
downtowns, but
different. So
I didn't even notice that because people
Yeah.
who are
do you
on
want to go
fentanyl that
downtown
know
to
that
work
they'll be
with
stumbling
it?
and be like, I'm not high. And you're like, you can't even see it straight. You are high on something. Thank you.
is the situation getting worse here?
Absolutely.
I don't know if it's getting worse. What I will say is I think it's getting more complex in the way that we offer outreach services.
Like,
Have you guys heard about xylazine?
Yeah.
It's causing a lot of skin wounds and like that. Exactly like that.
yeah,
This is
that's
real.
gross. Like, this is like,
Lacey quickly
it
comes
was in
across Lacey,
Russia,
who says he
and now it's
overdosed. He
like,
was given naloxone to reverse it moments before.
it's
However,
hybrid
in
though.
Canada,
They were
you
using
know that you
like,
can go back into overdose, though, right?
but
Do you want me to wait with him while you go get him a drink? Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
this
sure.
is so
No
disturbing.
one knows what he's taken, so Lacey
Yeah,
keeps
God
close.
knows.
Because if it's xylazine, naloxone won't work.
No,
That's
it
part
won't.
of why Lacey is so worried.
How dangerous is that when someone, gets fentanyl, they don't know Trank is in it, they take it, and they just didn't know what they had. How dangerous is that for them? It's not dangerous, it's fatal. I'm training people on how to
I'm
respond to
just
polysubstance overdoses.
like, this
and right
is
now,
the
that could be
report
anything.
on
And so we
Kensington,
want to
but
keep people
after
alive.
going
We want to keep them
downtown
breathing.
the other day, it was just like,
Ontario's
it was
chief coroner
gross.
says xylazine
Like,
has been
it
detected in
was,
more than 100
there wasn't
overdose
really
deaths
good
since
audio on that
2020.
live stream, but
Windsor
it's
police
probably
say
for the
they found
best
fentanyl mixed with
because,
xylazine in 2 drug busts since
like, I was
2022.
trying
It's not clear if it
not
was added
to
locally, but in some ways it doesn't matter.
make it seem like I was
We've already
filming.
had 2
I'm like
confirmed xylazine
holding
deaths
my
in
little
Windsor
like
Essex, or xylazine
portfolio
is given
notebook
fentanyl to someone.
and like I'm
Yes.
on a job
And
interview.
unfortunately, it's
You
always
know,
playing a game of
like
catch up.
it
I'm
just
sure that
people
it's
under
a
10
lot
just
worse than what we're
openly
seeing,
smoking crack. It was
in
so
the
gross.
statistics right
I
now.
just
That makes knowing what's in drugs
I've
so
never
important.
seen Victoria
In
this
Toronto,
bad.
street drugs from around the city are dropped off here every day.
This is crazy.
A lab at St. Michael's Hospital
It's supposed to be fentanyl.
where testing is done to see what's in them.
Isn't this great? They're spending all this time on testing drugs instead of testing people for cancer.
Karen McDonald is with the Toronto
Put
Drug
it in
Detective Service.
to perspective,
So
you know?
we found 7 drugs in this sample.
That includes fluorofentanyl. We also found bromazolam. We found xylazine. So xylazine is a central nervous system depressant, and so using it in combination with fentanyl increases the risk of dangerous
No, this is
suppression of
like
the virus.
zombie
It is a drug that is not approved for human
epidemic.
use. In the spring
Walking
of 2022
Dead.
was
It
when it was really at its
literally
peak. We were
is.
finding
It
xylazine in
really
20%
feels like
of the fentanyl
this.
samples that we checked.
This peak here, this is xylazine.
Levels fluctuate, hovering around 10% for this year.
And
But
we're
that
wasting
could
all this
change,
time
or
testing
other
drugs
unexpected
when we
additives
should be
could show up
testing
at
people.
any time.
But
So what that means is that
apparently
the
we're
drug
saving
supply
people.
is getting
Or
stronger.
at
It's
least
just
we
getting
know
worse
what's
and worse
out
and
there.
worse. More contaminated, less predictable.
Because if you don't know what's out there,
Uses
how can you
drugs. Right
even...
now, I'm not in active use.
There's not much testing in Windsor. That means Brandon Bailey, who struggles staying clean, might never know what he's actually taking.
That's scary. There is times where I've relapsed, where I've wanted to not use, and then I ended up using on a day. And yeah, when I end up with something that
It's
has
like
that,
Russian
it's,
roulette.
I'm not the
Like, do
person
not
that I want to be.
just get
Have
sober.
you
I
had
don't
an
know.
experience where you've overdosed?
I know I
I've
sound
had
like
it
a
where
hypocrite because I drink, but
I've gone to sleep, and then I
at least it's...
wake up, and I don't have any concept. So I could have been overdosing. I don't know. I could have died. It's not just people who are living in poverty or people who are homeless. It's happening to absolutely anybody.
I've known some pretty
The real
high-level
battle, getting
people
ahead
who
of Trank before it
have
really
problems.
takes hold here.
Testing
Like
is
one guy
paramount
was
to be
like
able to better
a
support
really
people who are
high-level
using
real
the
estate
substances,
agent,
and
and
funding for those initiatives are really, really
fuck,
important in the work that we do.
he got on the
Still,
pipe
it's the
and
personal
cost
tool
his
that drives
career and
Lacey.
his
She
marriage.
knows all too well what's at stake.
I don't even know if
I'm
that
so
dude's
struck that
alive
when you talk
anymore
about the
because
fact
he
that
probably
most of
burnt
your
so
friends
many
from high
bridges.
school
He's
have
off the
died because
breakwater.
of overdoses. Yeah, that's really heavy. It is really heavy. And my hope is that it will change.
Back in Philadelphia, ground zero for tackling Trank.
But this looks like
48 out
downtown.
of 50 states.
No,
This actually looks like
I know you want it.
where it's supposed to
In
drop off
recovery
paperwork,
yourself,
and people are
Lettuce
like,
works
"Oh,
with
it's
Savage
okay.
Sisters,
It's
one
you're
of the
not
main
supposed."
outreach organizations in Kensington.
So both my arms were completely open from like here to here. I was fortunate enough that they healed and I got tattoos over them to cover the scars.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
Does the shark mean anything? I just like sharks. Just like sharks. Yeah. We're starting to see Trank a little bit more in Canada, which is why we're here. What would you say to communities where it is starting to appear?
Yeah, don't do
Educate
it.
yourselves, learn as much as you can.
And
The
just
big thing is stigma and the
get
language you
sober.
use.
I don't know.
This isn't
Like,
anybody's like plan for
this
themselves.
is gross.
You know, nobody
Like,
chooses this.
literally zombie apocalypse. Like that's just gross. But it's coming here. Oh god, this one was hilarious. You'd almost think it was a prank.
What is that? Is that sauce? That's extra sauce. Is that sauce? Yes. Is that extra?
Yes, it's extra sauce.
Communicate with me. Is that sauce? Yes. Is it extra? No, it's separate. It's separate, but it's extra. But it's not extra because the extra would be in the burger. No, the extra. It doesn't matter if the extra is in the sky. It's extra. It doesn't matter. You know, so now I'm funny to you. Yeah. Now they're laughing. Now they're laughing. I'm stupid. You are the stupid one. You are a fool.
You are the fool.
Why don't you specify? I want extra sauce in the burger.
No, it's I'm sorry, it's the cultural thing. Everyone understands when you say extra sauce, it means on the burger, not you get extra.
You need extra brain. How about that? That's what you need.
And it's almost not funny because this actually was a real clap. Wow. Extra sauce. Oh, and this one, I wouldn't normally pull up CTV. nice Merry Christmas to them, but I think this is important.
When it does, it can be
People,
hard to get your money back. Here's Pat Foran and a Consumer Alert. Pat.
this is a big scam this year.
Grandmother gave a gift card to her grandson as a graduation present, but it had already been used and was almost empty. She's been trying for the past 6 months to get her money back.
Nobody has replied.
I've heard so many stories like this year. I think I wouldn't pull up CTV, but I think this is important.
When he went to use the card to buy camping equipment, he was surprised to find out almost all the money on it was gone.
When Max went to use the $500 card, there apparently was only $62.50 left on the card.
Her grandson had opened the gift card at the Walmart checkout.
They ran a history on it, which we had photos of too, of where the card fraudulent charges were made. And he doesn't even live in the town that the fraudulent charges were made.
Chalovich says she's been going back and forth with Walmart trying to get a refund for the past 6 months.
I'm disappointed and upset, that at store level they can't do something about this.
Gift card fraud is a huge problem. Thieves may steal cards from a store and then write down their barcodes. The card is activated, the money is added to the scammer's gift card instead of the card that was purchased. To protect yourself from gift card fraud, examine gift cards before buying them. If it looks tampered with, don't buy it. Buy gift cards that are behind the counter or online. And
buy them online. Like
CTV News reached out to Walmart on Chalovich's behalf.
Some people, it's good to have the card, but really look where you are. This has become such a big scam. Well done, but holy shit, like, protect yourself.
Extremely glad and happy that I contacted CTV News. Very happy. That was amazing. Really amazing.
Like,
I
mean,
if you get a gift card, you should try and use it in a timely
you buy
manner
these in good faith, and it's
of
always
gift
good
cards
to
have not
check
been
them.
redeemed.
If
That's
they
about
seem like they
$35
have a sticker
billion
over them,
profit
like,
for stores.
don't
On your
buy
side,
them, and also, like, buy them from people you trust. I think that is, you want to trust your Walmart, but sometimes they have such a huge like, stuff gets missed. So, if you buy them from people you like, stores you really trust, and I'm not saying you can't trust Walmart, I'm just saying it's such a big industry, stuff gets missed, like, and definitely check out the packaging. If it looks, and ask your cashier, because cashiers have been getting trained to look out for this. So you can't even use them for self-checkout here. Or you can use them after you paid for them, but you can't buy them off the self-checkout. I think in Canada we have a little more, like, protection against that. But at the same time, especially during the holiday season, I pulled that one up because I thought it was important people be careful. Like, oh God, this one, fuck, I didn't watch all this one, but this one is so messed up.
We need protections for genetic information in Canada.
Yeah.
Trudeau's government was like, no, we don't. And the Senate was like, yeah, we do. Insurance companies lobbying the crap out of us to have
So this is scary because, like, this is why I refuse to do any of those ancestry things. I know where my family came from. I don't need a little cotton swab in my mouth
we don't like it.
and have my DNA sold on the black market.
No, we actually like it kind of how it is. We'll change a few things in it, a few keywords. We'll take out some other stuff. We'll send it back. It gets sent back to the House of Commons. We're now into 2017. Trudeau advises his party not to vote in favor of this bill. He said, do not vote for this bill. By the way, I won't be there for the vote. I'll be out of town. And they're all like, what? And so his cabinet does not vote for the bill. The backbenchers, on the other hand, said, "Nuh-uh, this is actually in the best interest of Canadians. We need to vote for this bill." They pass it. So the other part of this that is true is actually in this bill, because I had to dig through so much information to see who voted for it, what was included in it, what was excluded, what got removed. What was interesting is that, so insurance companies can't demand upfront that you do a genetics test, but if you have done a genetics test, they can require that information to make your insurance policy either null or void. So if you have done a genetics test and you have gotten treatment, like say you're in the case of Angelina Jolie, she did her genetics test, found out that she had that genetic marker for breast cancer, she had a mastectomy, and you didn't tell the insurance company that, your policy is null and void. So they can use the genetic information against you. The other thing too is that insurance companies don't disclose their recipe for how they determine like the rates they charge you. And so one of the things that the Senate was trying to get that genetic information not included in that recipe. And so that was actually excluded from the bill. And so with the bill, you can't be discriminated against. However, insurance companies at their leisure, if they have the genetic information available to them by whatever means, they can then use that information to determine your rates. And that's legal. So that's the story. But the fun part is that, so when Trudeau's not in the House of Commons to vote on something that he told his party not to vote for, which I thought was very funny because that's his classic display.
But it's amazing how I disappear all the time off screen, but he's the king or queen of it.
Very, very influential.
Almost say queen. You look at the way that
firms that we know today.
You look at the way the Pierce. It's like, yeah, I'm a man.
I thought that was
you look at Trudeau. He's like,
he must have went to that dinner and said, "Well, guys, I've instructed my colleagues not to vote.
I can't even cross my legs like that.
Like, might pass, and
where the fuck is he putting it?
So
did he have any? No, it explains Sophie. It explains Sophie. Not shaming the guy, but
that the Liberal Party.
We all know it. We're all thinking it.
For the working class, for the everyday person. Why would you think Trudeau would instruct his party to vote against a bill that would be beneficial for people?
So I actually missed out another piece of information because there's so much to the story. He claimed that it was infringing on the rights of the provinces to govern their own healthcare systems.
Oh, so he now cares about provincial.
No. He only cares about transfer payments to
that was the claim.
Quebec
so
and Ontario
after it,
from the West.
He sent
That's
it
how
to
that
the Supreme
rolls.
Court as its challenge.
We got it. Our
healthcare
system in the West.
No, it's
but
fine,
Quebec, they get all the transfer payments they want because they're a distinct society.
He opposed it every step of the way, and like I said, it's because it's not in the interest of insurance companies to have any protection over genetic information. And so all of the epidemiologists and the doctors and healthcare workers are saying we need this information to plan for public health, so that if we know that there's a propensity for heart disease or
basically
cancer or
all our
diabetes
information
in a certain population,
has
we can put resources.
No wonder they're
in place,
endorsing
or
MAID.
we can treat people preventatively.
They
or
already
we can
know
do
which
all kinds of
organs
management
are the
things.
best.
The other thing too is that people weren't getting genetically tested because they were worried about it affecting things like their credit rating, their ability to get a job, because they didn't want some kind of genetic marker to come out that says, in 20 years you might have back trouble or something.
We
like
shouldn't
that.
even be this is out of a bad science fiction film. Why are we even worried about this?
To put this forward,
No,
and
this
then
is
to have this
disturbing.
pass. It's only in the interest of the insurance companies and the corporations that this bill would not pass.
Wow.
So for him to instruct that,
good time.
It clearly shows where his allegiances lie. It's to the insurance companies. It's not to the people.
Mhm.
And so that's the fun story of.
And who wants to bet Trudeau has stocks in those insurance companies? Someone's getting rich off of this, and it ain't the Canadian taxpayers for damn sure. Oh, God. How long is this one?
That is why law-abiding citizens buy millions of these firearms. When accuracy and stopping power matter, they are simply better. Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Collins,
Oh
and
God, this is
distinguished
going to
members
get
of
me on
Congress.
so many watch
My name is
lists.
Amy Sawyer, and I'm the Senior Legal Policy Analyst at the Heritage Foundation's
Hey.
Ed Meese Center for Legal and Judicial Studies.
Merry
Just as
Christmas,
doctors can
Mazel
only
Tov,
recommend an effective treatment
Happy
plan if they
Hanukkah,
first form a correct
Kwanzaa,
diagnosis based on
Festivus for the
accurate
rest of
assessment
us,
of the
and
symptoms. Policy analysts and policy
aren't you in?
makers must
Just
have an
wait for
accurate understanding of the societal
C21,
problems they are seeking
and
to combat. Unfortunately,
you've had
too
your
many
guns for
policymakers appear
years,
completely
and
uninformed
government's
about
going to
basic
come
factual
after them.
realities related to guns
If
and
not
gun
by
violence.
treats, if by
Don't
force.
misunderstand me. We
And
all
it's scary.
want safer communities. But the characteristics
We're
distinguishing
like sitting
so-called assault
ducks
weapons
otherwise.
from
It's like, oh,
non-assault
Canadians.
weapons are
Like,
not
I have
factors like
seen
caliber,
articles
lethality, or rate
where,
of fire.
you know,
Proposals
hey,
to ban
let's rob
scary-looking
Canada.
features
They
like
don't
barrel
have
shrouds or
guns.
pistol grips
I've
are,
seen
for
it
all
on the
intents and
island.
purposes,
We get
proposals to force
robbed from the
law-abiding
lower
citizens
mainland
to
because
own guns
they
that
know,
are harder for
like,
them to handle, harder to fire accurately,
we
and
don't
more
have
likely to cause them
the
injuries,
force
even when they are being
the
used
lower
for
mainland
lawful
does.
purposes.
So we're like sitting ducks.
Moreover, semi-automatic
No
rifles are
pun
not a meaningful
intended.
driving factor behind rates of gun violence. 2/3 of gun deaths in this country are suicides, but the type of firearm is essentially irrelevant. With respect to gun crimes, over 90% are committed with handguns. Rifles of any kind are definitively used in only 3 to 4% of gun homicides every year.
And just
an
to
American citizen
say,
is 4
apart
times
from
as likely
Kurt
to be
Cobain,
stabbed to death than they are to be
it's
shot
really
to death
hard
with
to
a rifle
kill
of
yourself
any
with a
kind.
rifle.
Despite frequent claims that semi-automatic rifles
Just
are the
saying.
weapon of choice for mass public shooters,
I don't know how
in the
he
last
did it,
decade,
but he was
over
a
half
brilliant
of these shootings have been
musician.
carried out with handguns alone. On the other hand, semi-automatic rifles like the AR-15 are so well
Just to
suited for
pause this,
defensive action
just to pause
against
this for a
threats in a
second,
civilian
because
context.
if you're not familiar with the context of that statement, obviously Kurt Cobain, we all know the story, but Courtney Love went to Epstein Island. And it has always been a rumor in the Pacific Northwest that if she hadn't gone to that island, he would still be alive. And also that he was taken, like he tripped on a bullet. How else do you say it? But we all know what happened to Nirvana and everything, but it was like, well, if we do this narrative, your career goes ahead. And I have seen Courtney Love perform live. I thought she was brilliant, very inspirational when I was trying to get off drugs, but at the same time, this has haunted me since high school. And now all of this is coming out, and all this corruption, and how her career takes off so far, but also she was already connected to this whole Hollywood kind of community before she met Kurt. And so it's really hard to, when you grow up with, and, a lot of Nirvana was a time before the internet. So a lot of this was just quite literally like people sending letters to each other about what's going on in Washington versus Victoria or Vancouver. We're sending letters. We didn't have the internet. Like, you wanted to download a movie, you were looking, yeah, go fuck yourself, Chroma. No, I love you, but just no, sorry. I'm looking at like a TV show, and I think they recycled the set. whatever. But yeah, it's like, what's the problem with guns? Well, in Canada, let me just explain this a bit. In Canada, and like the United States, we do not have the First or Second Amendment. We do have a Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which basically is used but like toilet paper by our current administration. The First Amendment is the right to free speech. The Second Amendment is there in case the First Amendment fails. It is there. It was there. It is there. Yeah. In the States to protect citizens against tyranny. Because if you understand the history of the States, they came over to escape tyranny from the Crown of the UK. Meanwhile, Canada's still part of the Commonwealth, and God knows how they're going to fit Chucky on the ears. The coins. God, we're going to have even bigger tunies. Oh. But, I have no problem with legal gun ownership, unfortunately, because of all this poor legislation by the Canadian government. It just leaves it open for crime. Because if our system wasn't perfect, but now because the government banned a bunch of stuff and is going to be confiscating, hopefully not, but possibly so, from law-abiding Canadians. Meanwhile, anyone can bring up anything from the States and sell it. It's actually pretty cheap downtown. Yeah, that was the actual other thing, going downtown. I was like, is this a lot of those guys, but it's there. They have, the Victoria PD has gone through tents and found guns. So, and these are people in the tents camping out outside the mall where I just wanted to drop us some paperwork and do Christmas shopping, and it's just ridiculous. It is ridiculous. So if you are in the States, hello. Oh no. We are pretty much communist at this point. We literally have Chinese police stations camped out. And the RCMP says, hi, I know you're watching me, but you're fucking doing nothing. Literally, if the RCMP or CSIS went down to Washington, D.C. and was like, hey, we're just going to set up a police station, you guys would nuke us. And meanwhile, we have China. It's like, oh, no, it's okay. It's only in this mall. No, it shouldn't even be there. Oh, no, it's okay. It's like, what the hell is going on over here? Yeah. Excellent. Yep. Excellent statement. Beautiful statement. A society can't survive when the government encourages dependence on them, discourages faith, hard work, ambition, independence, and the ability to take care of yourself. Exactly. Because that is the root of communism, so beautiful on paper, but it's ugly. And please, let's avoid it, because it doesn't help you. It does discourage faith. It makes you an autonomous clog in some, and so many people who are involved in these protests, and we're like, oh my God, I cannot, I'm so against capitalism. You guys are like, oh my God, this Starbucks is so wonderful, but oh my God, you dirty capitalists. Yeah, it's idiocy to the extreme. And like in Canada, we had a new bill passed, Bill C-21. So we are facing very extreme measures against law-abiding gun owners, hunters, farmers. And if you've been on a farm, you kind of want some guns, because those critters, like, they don't, like, what the fuck are you gonna do with a bear? Like, or a cougar? Like, I'm sorry. Like, hey, maybe we can let Trudeau, like, go face a bear or a cougar without a gun, and then maybe he changed the rules about how you feel about guns. Like, and make it a pay-per-view special on CBC so they can fund themselves. Hey. Oh, bad jokes. Yes, Canada. Yeah, we don't have guns, but we have bad comedy.
Quite literally designates them as personal defense weapons for law enforcement officers. It is little wonder, then, that millions of law-abiding citizens in this country also choose these types of semi-automatic rifles as their own personal defense weapons. Far from needing to be protected from these rifles, law-abiding Americans benefit when they are allowed to defend themselves with them, particularly in situations where they are outnumbered. Just last week, a homeowner in Rockdale County, Georgia, relied on his scary-looking semi-automatic assault weapon to defend himself against 3 masked teens armed with at least one handgun who tried to rob him and other residents in their own front yard. Ironically, the rifle deemed an assault weapon by many in this room was used defensively to protect innocent people against assault, while the perpetrators used a non-assault weapon offensively to commit actual assault. Importantly, some of the most famous examples of the defensive use of assault weapons by civilians come from scenarios where the government has been either unable or unwilling to defend entire communities from large-scale civil unrest.
Yeah.
During the 1992 LA riots, for example, law enforcement was nowhere to be found as hundreds of looters ransacked Koreatown. Ordinary store owners like Richard Ree and his employees took it upon themselves to defend their livelihoods from lawlessness, using, in many cases, semi-automatic rifles. Similar stories emerged during the civil unrest in Ferguson, Missouri in 2014. There are some here today who still genuinely don't understand why or how anyone would need such scary-looking rifles for purposes other than mass murder.
It's ignorant
So I
to
have
think
permission
it's
from my mother
not
to
coming
explain
to
it to you
Canada.
by partially embarrassing her.
We need our guns.
My mother did not grow up with firearms, and they will never be her favorite thing in the world.
No.
In fact, she never handled a firearm until I took her to the range for the first time several
I've
years
never
ago.
held a gun, but I
love my
support
mother, but like every other novice with a
having
handgun,
guns.
she was quite bad. And
You
she
know?
struggled to hit a stationary target from 6 yards out under ideal conditions. And then she picked up an AR-15. And I watched my mother put a fist-sized grouping of lead in the center mass of a target from 20 yards out. That is why law-abiding citizens buy millions of these firearms. When accuracy
What a
and
beautiful
stopping power
daughter. I
matter,
totally support
they are
this.
simply
Like, if
better. Americans use
I've been
firearms to
worried
defend
about my
themselves between
mom
500,000 and 2
sometimes.
million
And
times every year. But God forbid that my mother is ever faced with a scenario where she
yeah.
has to stop a threat
But
to
at
her
least
life.
they know if
But
grandma
if she
can,
is,
like,
I hope politicians
yeah.
protected by professional armed security didn't strip her of the right to use the firearm she can handle most competently. Frankly, I hope she has in her hands the scariest looking assault weapon she can find, so that we can both be confident in her ability to end the threat. Thank you.
Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, also thank you for the indulgence before we have to go vote. Heard a lot today. Don't want to do too much speechifying because we do that too often here. Ms. Swearer, it's been referenced a lot today, actually, about the need for universal background checks and closing the quote unquote gun show loophole Can you actually explain?
We
in
had
detail
all
what
that
that
in
policy
Canada. Now it's being used
Sure. So
against
universal background checks
legal
start with
gun
this
owners
general conception
to
of
confiscate
what
your
could be,
guns.
at its core, legitimate. Right now,
It's
the
happened
only,
before. It happened with the
most
long
gun
rifle.
sales,
It's
whether
happened
brick-and-mortar gun
before.
stores, whether
The
it's
Canadian
any model
government
of the
has
internet,
systematically
anything that
gone
occurs in
over
per state,
and tried to
those require
confiscate
a
your
background check
weapons
under
over
existing law.
decades.
Only exception is
I
for
remember
huge
this as a
sales
kid in the
private
80s.
sellers.
Now
And that is
they
largely because
just
they do
keep
not have
doing
access
it
to the
me
NICS system.
even
They cannot,
more.
like
Like pretty
FFLs,
soon, like
call up the FBI
we
and say,
can't
"Hey,
even
do
have
background check."
scissors or a cooking knife
Now,
because
could that
and
theoretically be
we're
a way
already a
that
prison
interstate
state.
sale for individuals who are otherwise prohibited to obtain firearms? Sure. As I point out, the problems with HR 8 and all of those other bills.
We
is that
aren't
this is a low reward
semi-socialists. We
investment,
are
which is already not
full-blown
how most criminals
Marxists.
are obtaining firearms. They are already
It's
obtaining them
scary.
through the black
It's
market,
scary.
through informal
That's why I'm
channels,
doing
that
these
are not
streams.
in any
Like,
way, shape, or form addressed by
as
interstate
much
private
as I'd
channels. And on
love,
top of
like,
that, things like
the
HR
money
8
from
would
YouTube, I'd
criminalize the whole
just,
host of responsible,
I'm
temporary,
enjoying
low-risk
my
transfers
time
between
while I
law-abiding
can.
citizens. Like if your buddy
And
wants to borrow
hopefully
your
I
hunting
don't
rifle,
miss that
or
train they
you're going
want to
on a
put me
month-long
on.
trip to
Bad
Europe and you
jokes,
want your
bad
guns to be
jokes.
secured in your friend's
I know
safe
that was
next
a horrible
door,
bad
you have to
joke,
go through a
but
background
that's
check,
what it feels
legally
like.
transfer title of your guns to that individual, and then legally transfer title
You
back to your
speak out,
friend
you were
when
on
you're
a
done.
list.
So
You
that's
are
the problem.
in
So, Ms. Ware, real quick.
communist,
So,
you
the
know.
policy of universal background
They
checks
froze bank
that have stopped
accounts
the
during a
shooter in Baltimore from
protest.
acquiring his weapon.
It would not have stopped the shooter
I'm
in
like,
It would
Baltimore.
stop the shooter in Parkland from acquiring his weapon.
It would not have stopped, with perhaps one lone exception, a single mass public shooter in the last 20 years, because they all either passed or were capable of passing background checks, and that's the problem.
The shooter in Sandy Hook, the Newtown shooting, did that shooter kill his
oh,
mother and take the guns?
Yes, he did.
I
And I
won't bring
think,
that.
I forget his age, but he otherwise did not have a disqualifying history.
Oh,
The
thank
shooter in
you. Thank you,
Uvalde,
sir.
did he actually
Or
shoot his
ma'am,
grandmother
or
in the face before he went to perpetrate the crimes
whatever
in
you
Uvalde?
identify
That's my
as.
knowledge, yes.
I prefer,
Folks,
I
here's the
go
deal.
as a
One of the
tree.
things that we've seen
I
through
know
all
I
these
look
mass
like a
shootings. I was a
person,
member of the
but
state legislature during the
I'm
Parkland shooting.
cryptomeria. I
So I was
am
in
a
the
tree.
legislature during that time.
I
But
even
one
did
thing is crystal
a
clear:
photo
these
of
mass
me like
shooters
shopping.
that target our schools are all
I
psychopaths. They are psychotic. In Parkland,
I
the
do
red
it just
flags
to
were there for
mess with
everybody to
people.
see.
I
He
was
proved that he did
the
not
tree
act.
before
That
the
came
whole
out in the Parkland
pronoun
report.
things, and now it's
The
like,
site itself was not secure.
okay,
That came out in the Parkland
if
report.
anyone can
In Uvalde, the
identify
back
as
door was
any
open.
dumb thing right
It was
now,
wide open.
and I
The
love this
perpetrator
quote.
shot his
Thank you
grandmother in
so
the
much.
face. That is
This
insane.
sums it up.
I know in this
Sums it
bill, the
up
proposed
so
bill today and
beautifully.
tomorrow, they're talking about raising the gun
Like
remediation by rifles from
I couldn't think of the
18
words
to
to.
21. Are we now going to say that a 19-year-old who is a legal adult in the United States does not have the mental capacity to own a shotgun or an AR-15, but they have the mental capacity to enlist in the military? They have the mental capacity
Yeah.
to actually sign legal contracts?
No,
They have the mental capacity
you
to be
can
treated
even
as an
change
adult
your
by
gender
law
even
enforcement? And they
younger.
don't have the mental capacity to vote in the United States, but they don't have the mental capacity to own a shotgun or to own a rifle and not inflict harm on their fellow man? Look, man, I got 3 sons. 2 of them are school age now. When these shootings occur, man, they hurt me because I could only imagine what it is as a parent. I'm a parent.
And it's
But I
way more
also understand
schools
that I have a
than anyone
responsibility
in
as a legislator to
Canada
actually
realizes.
defend the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution, the Second Amendment is there.
Hmm.
It is our responsibility to defend it. And if we
Oh my
look at
God,
the
I
data from
really
the mass
almost
shootings that have occurred in the
might
United
jump
States
the
over the
border at
last
some
20
point in
years,
time.
the one constant, especially when it comes to schools, is that these shooters are young, they are mentally disturbed, and the vast majority of people who are in their
We're
age
endorsing it.
would not even think or go down the pathway of committing these atrocities. We don't pass laws because of the quote-unquote 1 or 2 psychopaths. We only pass laws in order to maintain the actual legal momentum of freedom in the United States.
Yeah.
The Second Amendment is not there to stop
Amen. The
psychopaths.
Second Amendment is
It is not. That's not its purpose.
there
The purpose
to
of the Second Amendment is clear. It is to protect the constitutional
protect
rights
the
of American citizens.
citizens against a tyranny of
These
government.
shootings are awful.
And
They're awful.
these shootings, Yeah, they are,
But
but
the data's clear
you
about
cannot
how
lose the
to
2A.
find
I'm
them
sorry.
and actually do this. and the measures put in front of us would not have actually stopped these shootings.
No. No, we have the strictest gun laws, and we have school shootings. So it's not going to do anything. Do not give up the 2A. Do never go full Canada. I think if you watch Tropic Thunder, you understand the reference. And definitely, anyone I posted, if you want to review it, or if I skipped over anything, you can go back. Definitely like and subscribe to that. Who is this? Oh my god, I hate how they set it up. Okay, you're done. Oh, stop. Thank you. Yeah. I am like Sniper Wolf. Like, I will steal your clips, but this is
So, Michael, you have
I pulled this one up a few days ago. Let's go back to
decapitating the satanic temples.
Merry
this giant symbol that they placed in the Iowa State Capitol. Take us through what led you to take that action.
Just to say, I actually didn't mind.
The state of Iowa put this
I actually didn't mind it so much because it was really red and festive, and it just fit with the holiday season.
I saw news of it on social media, and
but he actually took it to a whole new level.
Country, I would hope, but
and this was an amazing interview. This one is like
satanic icons be in the Capitol.
Yeah, only this year. Like, I cannot believe what the hell is going on.
Bureaucracy. They approved it, but nobody knew about it. And once people find out about it, they'll take it down, because how can you honor Satan in like they're doing? And so I saw on Wednesday that it had not been taken down, and I didn't know what the process was with Iowa, who the decision makers were, what arguments they were making, but I decided to get a plane ticket, go up to Iowa, and look at the thing myself. And I'll tell you what, whatever emotion you may have felt looking at it online, it's completely different when you are actually in the Capitol. You're next to the rotunda. I'm American. I've been in the Navy for my entire adult life. I fought to protect the country, and it wasn't to protect Satan. We say, "So help me God," not "So help me Satan." And then being in the Capitol and looking at this statue, this icon, it became very clear to me that this could not stand. It could not. It was intolerable for it to be there. And so I did what I did. I kind of cleaned up afterward. There was some, debris, some garbage, really, that had gone outside of the little rectangle inside the Capitol that was allowed by the Capitol for them to be there. Put everything back in there so nobody would trip on a candle or something like that. Then I went back into the security terminal and said, "Hey, I'm back." And this is what I did. I'm turning myself in, and then
how did they react to you when you went in? Because most people wouldn't go and turn themselves in after that. What was the reaction to that?
It was kind of early in the morning. It was like 8:15 or so. I think they were just kind of a sleepy, whatever. Wednesday, Thursday.
They never know what to do with you.
And hardly anybody was even in the Capitol. I think it was I don't know if that's how it normally is. I don't know if it's in session or not. But it seemed kind of, sleepy. I mean, they were professional. But it was kind of laid back. And so I said, "Hey, that satanic icon, it's not there anymore." I said something like that. And they said, "Oh, okay." And I said, "Yeah, I'm turning myself in." I gave them my ID, my phone number, and I didn't know if they were the people to, the right people to talk to, but they were
at least he's honest. Like, whatever.
Cops that I saw.
Merry Christmas.
Call the state trooper. or a couple of them, and eventually they came over, but they.
Like, I'm sorry, like,
I don't know
they
if they were
had
expecting it, they didn't seem
Satan,
to be
not a
expecting it,
Christmas
but,
tree. I get the
And at that point, were you arrested
analogy,
and
but
charged? Is
oh
that
my
the
god,
point
no,
where that happened?
So I think there was some bad information
Like,
that got
what-
put out by the media.
like,
I've seen it in a couple different outlets. It never came
like,
from
what
me.
does that say to
that I
kids?
was
It's
never
like,
arrested. There's
at
no
least
job.
throw up a stat
I
or
was never
something,
fingerprinted or
like,
anything like that.
not a demonic
that's what
statement.
that's
That
what
would
multiple
just be
reports are saying that you were
weird.
arrested. So I was curious.
Yeah.
You know, I hadn't seen
No.
that.
No.
You know, I hadn't seen evidence of that. So you were not arrested. So what happened at that point then?
So after the cops came over, they talked to me. They started talking to higher ups because there's a bit more than at play, I guess, here, and so they I don't know exactly who they were speaking with, but after about 30 minutes or so of me being there in the Capitol, they said, "Hey, you're free to go." And they had my phone number. They said, "Hey, like we'll either give you a call or we'll, if it's a few days later, then we'll send you some certified mail or something." I think that's what they said. If they decide to press charges. And then, sure enough, about 10 minutes after I left the Capitol, they gave me a call and they said, "Hey, can you come on back to the station and sign this paperwork just saying that, hey, here's the citation." And so, of course, I went back. I mean, I already turned myself in once, so yeah, I'll go back. And they gave me the citation, and then I went on my merry way.
So reports are also stating it's fourth degree criminal mischief. Is that accurate? That's what the penalty.
That is what the citation is for. That is correct.
Okay. So what happens from here in terms of ramifications? And then we'll get into more of the theological issues here and why you took the action you did. What happens now? What penalties could you face as a result of this?
The maximum penalty is for that specific charge is, I believe, up to 1 year in jail and I think $2,500, $2,700, something like that in fines. That's
It's actually a pretty hefty little load
is that
there.
your only question? Did you have a second question?
Yeah, no, that is my only question on that front. You know, it's interesting because you've ignited quite a debate, right? Even among Christians, you've got two sides of this. People who are saying people should be praising you for this and celebrating you because you have taken down a symbol that honestly shouldn't be there. Even if there's a holiday argument, it's interesting to note that the Satanists are in. By the way, these Satanists, the Satanic Temple is an atheist group. Technically, which is interesting, and that's a whole other conversation. But there's no Christmas celebration happening here, right? This is the time of year we celebrate Christmas, and so that symbol has nothing to do with Christmas. The other side will say, well, we shouldn't be destroying property, we shouldn't do this, and you have to allow more.
I'm on their newsletter, right?
Not less, right? So how do you respond to
really
that debate that you've ignited with this?
Because they're atheists.
I think that it's the wrong debate to have. That it's extremely simple. That there can be. We can talk about this for hours, for days. There are people that are much more intelligent than I am, much more well versed in making good Christian, good legal arguments. But it really boils down to God is good and deserves praise, and Satan is evil and does not deserve praise. And it's not they're not equal. There is an example that I gave earlier today, I think, was, if there was some...
You can go on to my stream on X or Twitch for the stand. There is only good and evil. Go with God. God is good. Just let's go with that.
Put a display of the 6 foot, 8 foot tall Osama bin Laden inside a state capitol. Who's going to defend that? They're going to be, of course, there's always going to be somebody, but that doesn't mean that it's a good argument. That doesn't mean that we have to listen to it. That there's a lot of I think, misconceptions about what the Satanic Temple, what the devil is. The devil is bad, and it's not something we should.
Well, and I think to make this point too, the Satanic Temple is an atheist organization that does not literally worship Satan, but that doesn't mean that putting a symbol of Satan, because there's still we made that you are still endorsing when you say "Hail Satan," even if you don't believe that Satan exists. If you're on that side of the Satanist, of course there are real Satanists out there who do worship Satan.
Why not make it
you're
special
still giving credence and attention.
Why do you have to make
Satan,
it
and you're doing
political
it in a public
for
forum? And so again, that's a
one way
totally
or
different
another?
conversation. You brought up an interesting example there.
Make
You
it
also
special
know,
for
I'm sure,
the
that there are
kids.
people who are accusing you
When
of all
did
sorts
we
of things. You're
lose
saying this is a
this?
PR stunt, that you went there knowing you
How
were going
does
to do this.
Satan,
And
like,
how do you
really
respond to those
spell
people who
childhood?
would
Like-
wage those accusations your way?
It's not I certainly saw this ahead of time and was, but I did not have a full plan of what I was going to do. I didn't know if there was going to be security there around the icon. I didn't know if there were going to be politicians protesting. And there was no set plan. There was certainly an immense dislike that I had from seeing it online. But in terms of a PR stunt, I saw that Satanist leader say that another misconception that's out there that I want to make clear, that there's talk that I'm an active political candidate.
Sorry. Oh, technical
I am not an active
difficulties.
political candidate. I have no
Give me a
campaign
second.
for office. I have in the past, but there's no campaign for office, and that is so that's not an accurate thing. And for the people that are saying, "Hey, you're doing this for some kind of gain," I mean, I'm risking when I made that decision in the Capitol, I knew that there was going to be potential penalties. I don't know what the exact, charge was going to be.
He
but
was
I could
actually
imagine
risking
that,
like a
it
year
could
in
lead to
jail.
could lead to other,
But
severe
if
financial hardship.
But
But it was the right thing to do. That we should not tolerate Satan, and so that's what I would say to them.
It
And
was
thank
out
you
of
for
place.
clarifying that too, because yes, I know you ran in 2022. I believe there.
And
there
I
have
know
been
a lot
people
of
saying that you have
atheists
an
are
active
probably
campaign, which is
celebrating
not true.
but it
And
just,
so thank you for clarifying that. What
I
happens
hope
now,
your
moving forward
political
here, because
message
obviously you have these potential
creeped out the
penalties.
fuck
What
out of
are
a
the
lot of
next
kids
steps
out of the
from
holiday
you, from authorities that
season.
you know of at this point?
Like, why?
There's
Save
a
it for
court date
Halloween.
on
Kids
December
are all over
29th.
at Halloween. Kids,
And again,
like,
I'm not a lawyer,
that was,
so
it's
I may
creepy. It
use
was
the incorrect
creepy. And
phrase for exactly the terminology of what's going to happen, but I think that's the initial arraignment.
and for
where
all they
we are
invested in that display
we may do that earlier.
and
We're
all the
we're
legal
with the
costs,
lawyers, with
how many
counsel right
kids and
now,
families could they have
about what the
given
best
toys
plan
to?
is forward,
You want to be
and,
like,
I'm certainly going to listen to their advice.
and
and
really
go with
like
what's in
help
my
the
heart
Satanist
about what's right.
cause, like then help your
And,
community.
and
But
as far as law,
they
have you had
don't.
law firms reaching out
They're
to you? I was
just
curious about
a
that. Religious
lobbyist
Liberty
group.
law firms. Have you had any of those groups reaching out, or have you had to kind of go out and get counsel on your own?
So I had a previous relationship with a lawyer, a legal relationship with a lawyer that I knew from, had helped out some military service members in regards to the COVID-19 mandate for the military. And when I have had legal trouble, I reached out to those guys and I said, hey, this is one of the good guys. So I gave him a call, and then we certainly had a lot of people offer help, many pro bono, which has been a blessing. Right now, I know that I've got my own personal lawyer. He's not in Iowa, though, so I have retained counsel in Iowa. I think there might be other people that are assisting on the side, but there's certainly, I don't know all the details on that off the top of my head, but I do know that it's been great to see the amount of support from the legal community in this matter.
Yeah, and just as we round out to a close here, you have a lot of attention on this. You've done some interviews. You're talking about it. It's a unique
circumstance, because
and
most
I'm
people,
a
when something like this
member
happens,
of the
you went right up and you
Satan
said, look, this is what I did, this is why
there.
I did it. You very
Not
clearly
in Iowa, in
stated
California.
why you believe that this should not have been
It's like
there.
herpes. You can't
what
get
is your
rid
final
of them.
message
It's like
to
an
those who,
STD, a
are on the other
satanically
side and not
transmitted
understanding?
disease.
You've said it, you've given the reason, but I want to
But
kind of
I
give you a
want to pull
chance
this
to
up
make your appeal to
because
them,
I don't
because
think it's fair.
this seems like something that you
And you walk
passionately
into a
feel
government
very strongly about.
office, you do not expect,
For people, often what
this
we do,
candidate,
I think
it's
just as
Christmas.
citizens,
Like,
as
so little
Christians,
kids
is
going
it's
in there
easy
are
to
like,
tolerate a slow,
wow,
change, a
so
slow,
are you going to get
inflow
thrown
of
on the
evil,
altar, little one?
in
Like,
society
I don't
and in our
know.
lives.
Like, it's
And
disturbing.
an
It's
example I've
like,
given is the frog in the pot of
but
boiling
it's
water.
actually
That,
more
things seem
offensive
fine at
to
first,
have a
but
Christmas tree.
after a while,
A
things
freaking,
that would
like,
have
Christmas
30
tree. Even a
years ago,
little
our
Charlie Brown
grandparents
Christmas
would
tree.
never have accepted,
Because you
regardless
wouldn't
of,
want to
your
offend
current faith
anyone
background,
or have a
regardless of
menorah.
if you're
You don't
Christian
want
or
to
not, or
offend
how
anyone.
how strong your faith and
Or
active your faith
so
Christianity
we
is.
just go
I think
so
we pretty
far
much agree that our
backwards in
grandparents'
all of
generation
this.
would never
And
have tolerated this. let
now
alone,
it's like, okay,
the
there's
values that they're
like, you can
creating
just
out of
have,
our
and
legal documents
for
that we adhere to
Halloween,
today.
no problem.
And so
Halloween,
it
no
should be a wake-up
problem.
call that
But Christmas really
the
is,
state is allowing or
you
has
gotta
been
leave
allowing
it for the
this sort of
kids.
evil to be promoted.
And
the one
having
example I'll give
this in a
that's
government
perfect for
building
this is
with
that
the
one of
little
the pieces
kids
of hate
are,
mail that
you
I got
know,
was from an
it's
Iowa father. I think he was from Iowa.
it
That he
hurts.
was mad
Like,
at me,
why?
not
Like,
over any
I
First
don't see
Amendment
this
issue,
as
but he was mad
progressive.
because he was unable to
Like,
show
oh,
his
so
daughter
you're scaring
the
the shit out of
statues
little
of the
kids
devil
at
in the
Christmas.
state
And I get
capitol.
the
He wanted
Krampus
for good,
analogy.
that
It
he
does
wanted
seem like
to show that this
Krampus.
was an example of, hey, how
But
cool
I, at
is
the
this that
same
we've got the
time,
devil
it
in
is
the
Iowa,
Capitol,
yes.
and how broken of
But
a
it
society
just,
are we?
it's disturbing.
That's
Like, I
the
mean, people
mindset
do
that
it
a
as a
parent
joke
has for their
here.
child. And so there
But
are,
to
I think
have it
there's
in
some
a
deeper
government
questions
office,
that we need to have
it's, thank you,
about
sir,
ourselves and
for
about our
beheading me.
Well,
Like,
Michael, I appreciate you taking the time
going
and taking
in
us through the
last.
story. We'll
St.
continue to
George
check in with
versus
you
the
as it develops.
Dragons.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Hey, man. I can't argue with what he did. I actually. Oh, how long's this one? Oh, it's not long. Good.
James Biden, the brother of President Joe Biden, didn't provide any services to
I
AmeriCorps
cannot
despite obtaining a
verify the
$600,000 loan from a struggling
legitimacy
healthcare
of
company on the
this.
promise that his
It
name
sounds
could bring
like
in funding
AI.
from the Middle
It
East,
sounds
which
like
never
an AI
materialized. Fox News has learned.
broadcast.
Carol
So
Fox,
I
a
can't.
Chapter 11 trustee for the financially distressed hospital operator, spoke with members of the House Oversight
Like,
Committee
something
in an interview
about
where she
this
detailed
one seems
AmeriCorps' relationship
off.
with James
If
Biden.
anyone has
Fox said the loan was provided to Biden with
any.
no documentation in return for the promise of funding from the Middle East that never came. She filed a lawsuit against Biden, saying
It's not,
he made
and if
representations
it's
that his
not
last name,
AI,
Biden,
it is
could open
Chinese
doors and
with
that he could obtain a
very
large
good
investment
English.
from the Middle East based on his political connections. The suit demanded that the $600,000 loan be paid back to AmeriCorps. In a transcribed interview with the committee, Fox said she didn't see records or
It may be
documents of the
Korean,
loan from
but
AmeriCorps.
it is.
On March 1st, 2018,
If
AmeriCorps
it's
wired
not
a
AI,
$200,000
it
loan
is.
into the personal accounts of James Biden and his wife, Sarah. That same day, James Biden wrote the president a
Yeah, I'll take
$200,000
it.
check from the
Like,
same
I don't
personal
care.
account.
Like, at least,
Some immediate
like,
questions President Biden must
God
answer for
knows
the
what
American
this
people.
is.
Does he have documents proving he lent such a large sum of money to his brother, and what were the terms of such financial arrangement?
Oh, I know. It was
House
so
Oversight
weird.
Committee
I
Chairman
didn't
James
know.
Comer said
And
in October,
Hunter doing all
did he
that
have similar
crack.
financial arrangements
Like,
with other
oh
family
my
members that
God.
led them to make similar large payments to him? Fox said the money paid to the
I
president
think
could
I
have
might
come
have
from two
partied
sources.
with Hunter
Predatory
when I
loans where
was
senior
like
citizens' money
back into
fraudulently
the
invested by
Scooby
James
Snacks.
Biden's
Like,
business partner, Michael Lewis.
gross.
Comer
Bad
previously said that
jokes.
even if the payment was a personal loan repayment, it's still troubling that Joe Biden's ability to be paid back by his financial dealings. dealings. A source with direct knowledge of the interview
How
told
does the
Fox
cards
News
go
Digital that
down?
Fox said she has no evidence of President Biden being involved in any of his brother's business dealings. She also said the $350,000 settlement with James Biden was fair and equitable.
Okay, like sometimes these clips I don't know where they come from. Oh God, yeah. Yeah, Sniper Wolf. Like I'm sorry. I love Dharma.
Who are you? And what have you done to my Fortnite
I
loving
love
little sister?
Darman.
What happened?
I love
You got
him.
your first period.
But this is
Don't be shy.
so
Everyone
fucking
knows.
cringe.
Guys, I've had enough.
I don't
I'm
even
officially
I
at
don't
the
even
end
know
of
if I
my
want to
rope
pull
when it
up
comes
this
to
full
dealing with
one.
Darman's blunders
It's
and
just
his utter
even
insanity. And today's video
so
is what
much
sent me over
worse.
the edge. Now, if you've been
No, I
watching my
can't do
videos
it.
on
I can't
Darman
do
for
it.
a while
And I
now, you
can't,
would know that
like,
Darman is not a stranger to making some pretty poor decisions. He has made a lot
I
of
just
videos
can't
that
do
are
it. As a
extremely
woman, I'm so not do it. And having Sniper Wolf, like, I'm sorry, like, if you watch the clip, she just, like, randomly pops around, like, oh. And it's like, I want to, like, flicker and, like, are you a real person? Like, I'm sorry, I had a real job, have real jobs, and dealing with, like, yeah, I pulled up a lot of these ones, but this one is actually, this is such a freaky photo. Oh my God. Because it is actually AI took a location in the middle of nowhere and made it into, like, I know exactly where that is. There's, like, actually a house up over on the left side and one on the right side. You can't really see them through the trees, but this was a marker when I lived in Shawnigan, and I have photos of it in the ether of all my photos, because all I would do out in the bush is take photos. So it apparently, AI just was having fun with me today and did this one, which I appreciate. Like, I love the tribute to my island, and this one was so cute. Like, oh. Aww.
Wow, that's real pretty.
Aww.
Are you getting ready for Christmas? It's so pretty.
Big.
Tell Santa what you're gonna leave him.
What you gonna do?
Aww.
Can I eat them all?
What are you gonna leave for Rudolph?
Oh, right. I have to share with the reindeer. I get one.
Yeah, Santa only gets one. The reindeer get the rest. There's only so many cookies there.
Up North Pole, that's pretty hard to come by.
Thank you.
Get back to his shopping.
Okay, come on, honey. Stop bothering.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
Have a Merry Christmas.
Aw. That is so sweet. Like, I mean, obviously, like, I don't know if that one was staged. Sometimes I wonder how many of these ones are staged recently. Oh no! Oh, I didn't really look at this one. Oh, this was from a few days. Yeah.
Why do I want
This
money
one's
in that
bad.
It's because
This
I'm
one's
fighting
really
for the middle class.
bad.
I'm fighting for reconciliation. I'm fighting for climate change. I'm fighting to build an economy that works for all Canadians.
I'm a
running
wanker and
because now
deserve
is not the
jail?
time
I
to
don't
stop
know.
fighting
Oh
for
my
progress.
god. Like, what the fuck did he even...
I dreamed of being a baseball. But tonight I say we must move forward, not backward, upward, not forward, and always twirling, twirling, twirling towards freedom.
Good evening, you're watching government-funded news. For the first time in Canadian history, the Speaker of the House has been called before a parliamentary committee to determine his fitness for office. During his remarks, Speaker Craig Fergus went on to apologize 13 times for appearing in a video broadcast of the Ontario Liberal Party convention where he was wearing his official speaker robes and at his Parliament Hill office. Rules on this are clearly outlined in the Commons Procedure and Practice Guide, which forbids partisan activity by the Speaker. You know, seeing how the last Speaker resigned in disgrace, you'd think he might have perused that. But who can find the time? And it is his first mistake. Well, he's learning.
Was that wrong? Did I not have done that? I tell you, I gotta plead ignorance on this thing, because if anyone had said anything to me at all when I first started here, that sort of thing was frowned upon.
Canadian military bases will be required as of December 15th to provide menstrual products, including tampons, to all men.
I wish...
Issued by Employment and Social Development Canada.
I wish this was a fucking meme, but no, this is real.
Really what the
this is really how...
right now. I mean, maybe I'm crazy. What?
Yeah, because tampons matter. Not bullets or equipment or housing, but
it's difficult to get by. Some people wish there were fewer taxes, and seem to hate one tax in particular. And while yes, our tax burden may be high, look at some of the great things that we are able to accomplish with our money. Take, for example, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, founded in 2016, which we put $250 million into. Yeah, that's actually been a disaster. Okay, well, what about Sustainable Development Technology Canada, the foundation with over $1 billion in taxpayer funds? It's going so well over there, the president of the board just resigned after being subject to an ethics investigation, as well as admitting to approving hundreds of thousands of dollars of subsidies to a company that she runs. But it's okay, because apparently everyone was doing it.
The SCTC board, executives, and senior management must be held accountable for their gross mismanagement of taxpayer money.
Here she is testifying at committee, and if you watch carefully, you can see the exact moment she realizes she's probably making things worse for herself and ends the call in a panic.
I take responsibility in governance very seriously. I am chair of the governance committee of a major company in Canada. I understand.
Yeah.
Can making cows burp less put a dent in climate change? The federal government thinks so. Environment Canada is proposing financial incentives for farmers to make it happen. Yeah, there are some dumb animals belching dangerous hot air in Canada that I'm concerned about, but they're not cows.
Not cows.
Climate change.
Well, unless you count Freeland. I would say, or him. You know, have the liberals, like, yeah,
remember,
they're bad,
you're paying for us
bad
to
people.
exist and put stuff like this out into the world. So, yeah. Good night.
Mm-hmm. Yay, Merry Christmas again. It just seem so optimistic this year, like, oh, bad.
You're looking at what may be the nation's youngest porch pirate. This youngster is approaching the front steps of a house outside Cincinnati. As she makes her way to the stoop, watch as her little arm grabs the package. The little looter then casually walks off. Homeowner Jasmine Norman says she couldn't believe the video and wondered what kind of adult could have put the little girl up to this.
You'd be surprised? Ever see Sound of Freedom? Like, I don't know.
And going down the wrong path.
Yes, 'tis the season of giving, but it's also the season for stealing. This brazen bandit near Tampa bends over to gather up 2 boxes, then strolls off into the Florida sunshine, plundered packages in tow. Authorities later arrested 33-year-old Kensley Mott, and despite being caught on camera, they say she still won't return the stolen stash.
She's got a red nose because she was crying at some point in time. This is not Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. This is Kinsley the Red-Nosed Criminal.
Yeah, like really, like don't be mean. Oh, this was hilarious. Just to put you in the holiday spirit.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm an American in exile coming to you once again live from Brazil. Well, folks, time for one of the Christmas songs. Only this one is a Christmas song that's not really that old. It goes back to around the year 2000, the millennium, and that is when Nat King Cole's famous song, Chestnuts Roasting on an Open Fire, was redone by a guy by the name of Bob Rivers, who renamed it Chipmunks Roasting on an Open Fire. Like I said, a little parody to it. Time for a little bit of humor during the holiday season. So I hope you enjoy. Please click that like button. Much appreciated.
Merry
please
Christmas.
Subscribe if you already have a subscription. And please remember, forever and forever, may God bless America, because it is the only country we have. Talk to you later.
Chipmunks roasting on an open fire, hot sauce dripping from their toes. Yuletide squirrels, fresh filleted by the choir. They poked hot skewers through their nose. Everybody knows some pepper and a garlic clove help to make them seasoned right. Tiny rats with a crisp golden coat will really hit the spot tonight. And now when Santa sees his train, there'll be some homemade chipmunk jerky for his sleigh. And every hungry child is gonna spy. And so I'm brushing on some honey to keep them crisp and juicy too.
I gotta play this one
You'll
again.
make it served many times, many ways. Tasty chipmunks, good food.
On that, Mr. Cole. Yes, sir, Mr. Smith. Would you mind handing me the barbecue sauce? I am starved. Not a problem, Dave. Listen, you best be having 2 of them drumsticks because they're oh so fatty and there ain't much meat at all. Put a sock in it, Melvin. You know, for years people said you overrated hamsters were my meal ticket. Now I guess you could just say you're my meal. But going, Dave, I always knew you was the funny one in the group.
And so I'm offering some recipes, from chipmunk pie to chipmunk stew. I'm not really sad that it ended this way. Furry chipmunks, screw you.
Did you hear that, Melvin? Melvin? Melvin!
Wow, I'm sorry, Dave. Did you want Melvin? There's plenty of things to do,
man. Nothing says the holidays like bad comedy. Unfortunately, this is
Ebenezer
our
Scrooge.
new
This
reality
year
of
is
the
not your typical
holidays.
greedy capitalist. No. The bah humbug you're going to be
This
hearing
is
this
scary.
year is coming from lefty protesters.
I feel like this is wrong. Like, just let kids enjoy
Scene
Christmas.
in, I think it's Ontario. Just Oil
Yeah,
protesters
they're
destroying
dumber than
a Christmas
fucking
tree by spraying it
anything.
orange. And this is the
Yay,
site that
yeah.
they had there. But it doesn't just stop there with them trying to ruin Christmas. We've all seen the environmental patients and what they're capable of doing. No. This time here in Ontario, Ottawa Mall. Actually, a viewer sent me this because their granddaughter was at that mall trying to find Santa to sit on his lap, and that was all interrupted by protest about a thing that's happening on the other side of the planet. Wow. Loud noises for children, and these children were sitting on. We gotta turn that down, and they were sitting on Santa's lap, just trying to, tell him what they would like to get for Christmas. And this is what we saw. Rowan the Stallion putting this out on Twitter, saying the war on Santa continues with, people protesting for that thing that's happening on the other side of the planet. Nobody's lining up to go there. They want to line up to harass families and their children in the malls. Here's another scene of this one under different circumstances. Megan Murphy says, ruining Christmas traditions for kids would seem an obviously a bad way to get people on board with your cause, nonetheless, unless your activist cult is actively anti-human, then it's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Brave people for the thing. The thing du jour are scaring the crap out of kids, young kids. That's what we're doing now. That's where we're at with this one, and it continued. Here's perennial protester Dina Sheriff spotted among the crowd at Bayshore Mall. As she or someone yells, "If your kids are scared, imagine what the kids in that place across all those oceans feel." This is, and I call it the thing du jour because last year it was all about the Ukraine conflict, and now it's about the other conflict in the desert. Not about any of the other conflicts that are happening in the desert or have been happening for many, many moons. It's about the du jour one that despite what your thoughts are on this, has nothing to do with Canada, and that's kind of been my opinion on this. Leave your comments in the comment section down below if you think that's callous, but there are we're callous to every other cause moving forward. Now it gets worse when we get to Toronto, the Eaton Centre Mall in Toronto. There's footage of a man making actual threats of violence here. You'll hear his words, and I'll let it play out here.
Don't come in now, put your leg down on the front. How lady city, I'll put you 6 feet deep. I'll put you 6 feet deep.
I will put you 6 feet. I will put you 6 feet deep, the man says. Now that is a threat. That's an absolute threat. Masked thug to cop. I'll put you 6 feet deep. Can you feel the peace? Can you feel the peace that they're calling for? I don't feel it. Now, was that said to a cop? There's been reports whether it was said to a cop or it was said to other people at the place. But nonetheless, it's a shopping center. This isn't an embassy,
this is actually
or a place that has to do with that foreign
a
faraway
private
place.
establishment.
No, this is shoppers and children trying to.
Shoppers is
gather for
actually
Christmas.
one of the few establishments
Thing that
really
these
fighting
protesters
against
don't
all of
celebrate.
this.
So this is
So-
intrusion. supporters of the people that did the thing
And
back in October,
unfortunately, it just
threatened to do bad stuff
overtaken
to
BC.
shoppers in the Eaton Center, right in front
This
of
is
Toronto
why
Police,
there
and
is
no one
no
is
Santa
arrested,
at
makes
the Bay
this
Center
statement
or
on
Chillicote.
Twitter here.
I
Ryan
don't know where
Garrett's been
Santa
pointing
is
out that
this
Tamara-
year.
Tamara Lich sat in jail
Probably
for
down your
48
chimney,
days,
kids, but
for
definitely
peaceful
not
protest
at the
in
downtown
Ottawa,
mall. I would not take your
2
kids
years
there.
ago. And
Please do
still
not.
currently, her
Like,
and
I'm
Chris
sorry.
Barber are
Like,
still
I
currently
want to.
in the
If
world's
you want to
longest
support
trial
downtown
for
businesses,
mischief.
find
That's
their websites
that's the thing.
online
That's
or
the thing. Now, CP24 reporting
be
on this
really
incident.
careful when you
Toronto
go
police
down.
investigating the
I
exchange
felt like
a
it was.
Palestinian
I
protester
did
inside
not
the Eaton
feel
Center. I said the
comfortable
word.
going
Hopefully
downtown.
that one doesn't get me flagged.
It
Toronto
was
police
one of the
say
weirdest
they're investigating an
experiences
interaction
and
between a
uncomfortable I've
demonstrator and
had
another citizen
recently.
during
And I've had a
closed
long
that
year.
thing over on the other side of the planet protest in the Eaton Center on Sunday evening. Video of the protest circulating online shows a crush of protesters chanting in front of the entrance to fashion retailer Zara. In the video, some protesters
And really,
dark
like,
masks covering their faces appear
it's Zara.
embroiled
Like,
and
really,
in a verbal
get over
back and forth
yourselves.
with
Like,
another party at the mall in the video. One protester says to someone,
those
I'll lay
poor
you on the floor,
employees,
and
like
then
they're
threatens to put
they're
someone 6
barely
feet
probably
deep.
making minimum wage.
The cops were right there.
They're just hoping for like their
You
Christmas
can't make this up.
bonuses,
You can't
and then
make
they
this
get
up. Now,
stormed.
do you want to see more of this moving forward? This is the
And
report that came out.
these
from
are
CTV News just
not your
today.
enemies.
Statistics Canada
These are
reports
the
record
workers in the stores are not your enemies. Like,
population growth in quarter
people
three.
are trying to tear
Population
down the
grows by
system.
430,000. Now,
And
the
it's
goal
like
was to maintain
basically they are
500,000.
doing
I'm not even making these numbers
exactly
up. This is ridiculous.
what the
goal
people
by
they are trying to
federal
fight against
government,
want.
the Liberal government, run by Justin
It's dumber
Trudeau,
than toast. I
the goal
swear.
is to hit
What do you even
500,000
do?
per year and maintain
Oh yeah,
that
this is
until
nuts.
we hit 100
We do not
million
have the
people
housing.
in Canada. But hey, they're way ahead of expectations. Quarter three, bringing in 430,000 new people. Canada's population grew by more than 430,000 during the third quarter, marking the fastest pace in population in any quarter since 1957. Statistics Canada released its population estimates as of October 1st, which showed Canada's population topped 40.5 million. It says the country's total population growth over the first 9 months of the year has already surpassed the total growth in any other full year, including the record set in 2022. The record high population growth has been fueled by internal migration, with the increase in non-permanent residents making up most of these cases. The report shows the number of non-permanent residents increased by about 313,000 over a 3-month period. Federal agencies say the increase in non-permanent residents was driven by work and study permit holders and, to a lesser extent, refugee claimants. This report by the Canadian Press was first published on December 19th, 2023. So this is where we're at with this. But Brian Lilly also putting this out there.
Oh,
we're seeing
fuck Brian Lilly.
what we're seeing now is the law being applied unevenly, and that will undermine the faith in the public. The faith the public has left in the legal and judicial system. This is in his article, Protest Out of Control, Time for Political and Police Action. If something isn't done to take control, we will see bloodshed in Canada over the protests around that thing that's happening on the other side of the planet. Anyway, I want to leave this one with you guys to leave a comment in the comment section down below. Let me know what you think about this whole war on Christmas. I mean, when is this going to stop? When is this going to go back to
I'm going to post the link to the
things are happening
invite. I
overseas.
still have more
If you
clips
have an issue with the things that are happening
on this
overseas, take issue
stream.
with the people
But
who are
I'm going to
involved with
post.
that. Maybe not
Here we
Christmas
go.
shoppers, maybe not children who want to see Santa Claus and ask
Yeah,
them,
just
or if
let-
they've been on the naughty
let
or nice
Christmas
list, so
be
we
for
guess who
kids.
is on the naughty list. Leave a comment in the comment section down below. Let me know what you think, and we'll see you in the next one.
So if you
Go on,
want to
check it.
come on panel and challenge me, or you have an opinion about anything I've brought up, You're welcome to join. I'm going to go on to the next one. I think I still have a few more. Yeah. It was a weird
We are in
year.
the countdown to Christmas, folks. We're almost there.
I might get a strike for this one, but hopefully not.
Even our activist friends, the ones who kick and scream on the ground and stop traffic, they're in such a holiday spirity mood that even they are decorating their own Christmas trees. Check this out. Look at this. Oh, yeah. Look at that. You know, it's not the decor I'd like to see in my house, but they're doing it. That's the most important thing. Look at that. Maybe some of you hunters, the blaze orange. Maybe that's your cup of tea.
That would be
You love to see it. You never would have thought in a million years that these people had the spirit in them, but they do. Look at that. Beautiful. Oh, you love to see it. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to Education, and welcome to Clown World, where we highlight the absurdities around the world. Like the intro where the activists, they continue to think they're doing productive things by doing this stuff. But hey, if you're a clown, you think differently. You think outside the box, right? Am I right? And why do we do this? Why do we cover these things on Education? Why do we cover these absurdities, this insanity on our Clown World videos on Tuesdays? Because it's important, guys. You got to get on the Clown World ship, become one with the clown, or get left behind. All right? And I don't want to see that here, especially not leading up to Christmas. Well, I'm trying to look out for you guys. So as always with these videos, if you cringe, you lose. We're going to jump right into this video.
Oh,
If
I
you're
already
for today's game,
already
and
lost.
like this video.
I'm
If you're new here,
cringing
please make sure you are
before.
subscribed and have the bell click for notifications when new videos are uploaded. Now on to today's Clown World episode. If you give American consumers a break. Fact check. As long as the inflation rate is positive, prices are increasing. The fact that inflation has come down to 3.2% in October means that prices are still going up, albeit at a slower rate than before. Also, the Federal Reserve aims for a target inflation rate of 2%. Basic economics. Literally, basic economics. So yeah, we had this giant price increase, right? On pretty much everything. And this 3.2% is on top of that price increase and so on and so forth. We're not in deflation, Joe. You know what that means? Does someone need to explain it to you? Next.
I think they're messing with us at this point. $14 for aluminum foil and $14 for generic trash bag. And while I was on this aisle picking up some toilet paper, $20 the paper towel for the week. $14, and this is 6 roll. They say it's equal to 12, but it's still 6 rolls. We go through a roll every couple days. This one kind of hurts me the most because I love organic grass-fed beef. I've watched this go up from $8 to $10.59 now. Is this how much organic grass-fed beef is in your area, or is this just public? Then these last couple, you're just not going to believe if I didn't take a picture. I wanted to get my wife some chocolate-covered strawberries. $7 for 6 chocolate-covered strawberries. Last but not least, $9.44 for a cup, like 2 handfuls of berries. I'm telling you, we are not crazy. This is just getting so out of hand, and I think it is important we keep talking about this. I'm seeing a lot of people taking pictures. They did the Black Friday thing. We have to keep speaking out because where is it? When's it going to stop?
Price gouging, man! Price gouging! Oh, corporations charge publics, man! Price gouging! Joe, that's what happens. It's called inflation. This is what happens. And it's still, again, it's going up by 3.1, 3.2%. You know, that's just, it's still going up. And it's not done. Walmart's in America locking up everything. Oh, yeah, look at this. We've had this. Lots of these videos. Usually CVS and Walgreens. I don't know if I've seen a Walmart yet. Look at that. Very sad. Very sad. This is this is where people have resorted, stealing. Companies are having to lock everything up. A waste of time to even go to the store. Just order it all online at this point. Oh man. So we have an economy that's suffering, and we have a culture that's in decay as well, where people think it's okay to go and steal and loot and riot, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But so bad that they have to lock up dish soap. Look at this. Bleach.
I know. I cannot believe
Washington
how...
State candidate who didn't feel comfortable voting for himself loses by single votes.
Wow.
Ooh. I mean, I get it. Maybe
Why
you're a
would you
humble
even
guy,
admit
you want
that?
the people to decide. But yeah, next time maybe you don't do that. Huh?
Yeah,
It says
vote for
30% bigger,
yourself.
but
Like,
it's the same
you,
3.4
I
ounces.
vote for
Ooh, look at that.
myself.
Marketing
Like,
scams.
I don't care.
Lots of marketing scams out there from big brand names. They do this all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Very sad. So don't get scammed by these buzzwords, these things they put on packaging to make you think that you're getting a good deal, because generally you're not. Fabio on Israel-Hamas war. DJ Pauly D on inflation. The hell? What are you doing, Fox News?
Oh,
Fabio
Johnny,
and
it's
Billy?
Fox.
Yeah,
I really don't even want to know.
But like there wasn't anyone else that could have come on the
I
show
know
at the
it.
time?
No
I
one
mean,
else
Guess which
like
dude
really
got
could
refused to ride
weigh
a roller
it.
coaster by a multi-millionaire because they can't afford to make it size inclusive.
Um.
Can we just stop with this?
Exactly.
victimhood
Exactly.
of
I'm sorry.
Not being able to ride rides or get an extra airplane seat. Like it's not an inherent trait.
Sorry.
That's what I've been saying.
I have
That's
friends
not an
who
inherent
it
trait.
really
It's
is
not
a
something
thyroid thing.
you can't
They are so in shape, they can dance circles around me. No
There's
pun
nothing else to
intended
be
with
said.
their weight,
You
but
can change. You can. Let's build a whole other $10
they
million
are that
team
cheap.
or $20
But
billion
there are people who it
airline.
is.
You know, just a couple of same feelings. Not stupid. How do you
They-
fight shoplifting? Not by locking down everything in CVS. Well, you know, sadly, it kind of does.
Sadly,
Like,
that is how it's going in the States.
it's
It
locked
is
down.
not.
You can't really steal it. But you can probably have them open it and then rob them there. But you're probably going to
Yeah.
assault
So
someone.
what?
So that would
Are
be a
people
crime.
going to get
In
held
California,
up
you can
at
still get
gunpoint for laundry detergent and tampons?
At
Like,
that point, just getting slapped.
is this where we're going?
So yeah, no.
You know,
Another
that
great headline,
deodorant that's locked up. It's like, is that
White fans were entertained by black athletes a day after a racist killed black people in Buffalo. This is what white supremacy looks like. I get paid millions of dollars to play sports ball. I like watching you play sports ball. White supremacy. It's a real headline from
Yeah.
Deadspin. That place is nuts.
Yeah.
Well, whatever you get, right?
It's
You know,
like
this
the
is-
memes. Like,
it
I don't
rage
even
quits.
know what
And
is
this is
a
on the
meme
heels,
and
by
what
the
is
way, of
real
that
anymore.
idiotic article they wrote about the kid at the Chiefs game, right? So this is just another reminder.
This
to give
was
a-
so
a
sad for
history
this kid.
of trying to race bait. This is what
Yeah.
they do
Yeah.
with sports. I mean, it's like, get out of here.
This
UN
kid
group will
was
demand
like-
Americans eat less meat to satisfy Paris Climate Accords, report says. In honor of this, folks, you know what to do. Order that 16-ouncer. Get that ribeye tonight. And if you have some room in your tummy, order another one. Save it for breakfast.
I had
Oh my God.
yummy stuffed
Just little headlines we
peppers,
got.
but
I
you know.
contracted GW. We're just going to say that because why? I'm not ashamed. I'm a strong, independent woman, but I still want the guy to make the first move. Why I cheated after swearing I never would. Seriously, why can't I find a decent man? Is this all the same lady?
Yeah, pretty much.
Looks like this is pretty old, 2016, but never seen this before.
Oh,
I
it's
wonder
amazing
why. I
what
don't
comes
know.
up
You know what? I hope you
in
find
the
that
ether.
answer. We're 7 years past this. I hope you found your answers. Maybe look at the
Made
breadcrumbs you
some
laid for
better-
yourself, but that's
yeah.
just a suggestion. Loud fart sound erupts during John Kerry's speech at climate panel. There is video of this. We're not going to play it.
Yeah, I remember this
wasn't
one.
that loud. So the funny part about
Can we
this
skip over this?
is that's methane, John Kerry. That's worse than
That's methane,
CO2.
and you took a jet
It
there.
is. It is. So
That's like three
what are you gonna do
times
about
your
it?
climate
You
strike.
sniff it up. You just polluted, man.
Time for the glue
What are you gonna do?
factory, Soylent Green. Step
Get on
right
your private
out.
jet and then take care of it. I don't know.
Show us how
Voting
it's
for
done,
dining ban.
sir.
LA County Supervisor dines out at local restaurant. Oh, hey, wait. Nice little flashback here, folks. 3 years ago, this happened. I think Governor Newsom did the same thing. You weren't using masks, indoor dining. Like then he gets.
We were in
recorded at a
lockdown,
place
but
indoors
everyone
without masks with a
else
bunch of people.
in
This is what
power
we think. No one
was
cares
still
anymore.
partying.
That's the part that blows my mind. Nobody cares about what happened in that 3-year window.
Yeah.
We're like in election season, and it is not talked about like at all. Nobody cares. Am I taking crazy pills here? Am I the only one? Like that's the number one issue in my mind. Literally number one. That's all I care about. People being held accountable. That hasn't happened. And no one cares. And no one's going to do it. What am I doing? Oh, next. Clown roll. Am I the clown? Maybe I'm the clown. Maybe. Forcing masks on the population is straight out of China's playbook. Rishi Sunak's plans to extend numeracy lessons are more likely to humiliate and discourage school children than prepare them for adult life.
Are you kidding me?
I think there's a line.
Are you kidding me?
How much math does a kid need to know? That being and absolutely, it's important. Like to a degree,
Yeah.
there's math is very important. Use it all the time.
But
We're at the point now
point
where we don't teach math to a lot of kids, or we don't test them because it might hurt their feelings that they're not getting it.
that
and
is
that they're
actually
not
a reality.
That's real.
Yeah.
And they're writing about it. Oh yeah, did you guys see this? Look at that.
Holy crap, the storm is coming in.
The top one is the Christmas this year. It's like a scene out of Willy Wonka. But that is not Christmas. Like Christmas is Christmas. It doesn't really change. You can push nonsense on it all you want. Next, do whatever you want. Senator Bob Menendez and wife indicted on bribery charges. DOJ seizes gold bars and $500,000.
Whoa.
They got rid of George Santos. When are they going to get rid of this guy? And they actually have, this guy's a Democrat, they have other Democrats calling for this guy's expulsion. So we'll see. The guy is clearly, obviously corrupt, like even worse than George Santos. So Minnesota's budget surplus estimated to be $2.4 billion, up $800 million from original projection. Again, this is what happens when you live in a state that taxes too much. 10% income tax rate in Minnesota. You live here, you get taxed an extra 10%. I think it's the fourth highest in the country, or fourth or fifth. So there you go. And we don't need to. This is what happens when you get led by clowns. So,
Welcome to today's episode of So Woke Your Brain Broke. This Finnish feminine hygiene company is facing quite a bit of backlash after making a line of tampons marketed towards menstruators. The company claims that periods are not a gender issue, which is actually kind of correct because it's a female issue. But what's different for tampons for men, you might ask? Yeah, it's just the packaging. While the primary function remains consistent, the design, packaging, and branding of our tampons
Where did they put it?
are consciously developed to not reflect traditional feminized imagery, making it more inclusive and reflective of the diverse menstruating population. And, I'll give them this point because the menstruating population is very diverse indeed. But we all do have one thing in common. Being female. It's kind of a requirement from the period. But, just slap it in some blue packaging and it's good to go for the boys. Which is rather interesting because it actually further reinforces stereotypes that, boys like blue and girls like pink. But what do I know? I'm just a menstruator after all.
hey, that's hate speech. Hey, I go, watch out for YouTube. Are you going to allow this? You better demonetize my video because I'm including this, all right? People got to know what's going on in the world. Inflation was 0% last month. Our economy grew by more than 5% last quarter. Bidenomics. Tweet is referring to the PCE index, percent change from the preceding month. Inflation is normally assessed annually, however. and the Fed's PCE goal is 2%. It is currently 3%. A more commonly referenced inflation index is CPI, which shows annual inflation of 3.2%. Bidenomics, man! Ah! Again, this is called gaslighting. That's what politicians do. This is why I love community notes, though. How embarrassing. Like, you're getting community noted by your own people. You can't even tell the truth. So, this is where we are with that. It's time to limit how often we can travel abroad. Carbon passports may be the answer. You know, it's like people have been saying this might happen. Oh, it's a conspiracy.
Can we start with Trudeau? Let's start with Trudeau. Let's start with Trudeau. He's already maxed out.
People put their butt.
Maybe he
Subway's
should
adding
stay
a foot-long
home.
cookie to their menu early 2024. Yeah, I don't know if we have this or not, but I have to reiterate, this is the last thing our obese country needs. Absolute last thing is a foot-long cookie. Come on. From CBS Bay Area. Why so glum? Americans stay bummed despite economy rebound. 1 week later, CBS News. Americans need an extra $11,400 a day just to afford the basics. It's Bidenomics, man. Yeah, same place, 1 week apart. It's hilarious. U.S. 10th graders score lowest ever on international math test. Whole world is struggling. Again, what did I say earlier? You know, the whole 3 years, like no one cares about the people who decided this was a good idea to lock everything down. When a lot of people were saying, please don't do that, that's going to be really bad for our kids. And you look at the numbers, the kids really aren't at that risk. So I digress. Here we go. This is what happens. And hey, let's get rid of these math classes because it might hurt feelings. If kids aren't getting it and they're struggling, that might hurt someone's feelings. Boston mayor under fire for secret no whites Christmas party. That's a real thing too. You guys. Am I taking crazy pills here? What are we doing? What are we doing? A segregated party. This is a government official of a major U.S. city. This happened. What are we doing? I don't know what else to say. Boy, 10, calls on Apple to redesign offensive nerd emoji. What a nerd. Get out here. This is what outrage culture, this is what everything has culminated to. Everything is offensive. Our younger generations, this is how they're being raised. This is how they will act as adults, and things will get worse if we don't we don't stop this madness. Kid, you look like the nerd emoji. So what? You're a nerd. Who cares? Embrace it. Be smart. Create things. Do good things. If you're a nerd, you're a nerd. Who cares?
We're dinks. We go to Trader Joe's and workout classes on the weekends.
We're dinks. We get into snobby hobbies like skiing and golfing.
We're dinks.
I have to pause it right there. For those of you that don't know what dinks are, it's people without kids. Dual income, no kids. Okay? Continue.
Go to Florida on a whim.
We're dinks. We're already planning our European vacation next year.
Dinks. We get a full 8 hours of sleep and sometimes more.
We're dinks. We get desserts and appetizers at restaurants.
We're dinks. We can play with other kids and give them back.
We're dinks. We still do it 3 times a week.
We're dinks. We spend our discretionary income on $8 latte.
We're dinks. We max out our 401ks, Roth IRAs, and HSAs.
We're dinks. We don't use our kids or dog as an excuse to leave a party. We just leave.
I've actually pulled up that clip
trend.
before.
Anyone
want to breed? I mean, or not breed?
If you don't want to have kids, it's
Bad
fine.
jokes.
And I called it selfish one time, and people were upset. No, it is selfish. That's just called hedonism. You're living a lifestyle that is indulging in pleasure. All right? You want to do that? Go right ahead. I do think it's an empty life. Truly, like, who cares? The things, who cares? They're just things. Like, what is it? They don't love you back. They don't do anything for you. Oh, we get to have a free weekend with no kids and watch our Netflix and max out our 401ks. Okay. Cool. So, what are you going to do when you're in your 60s and 70s and 80s? Like, you don't have a family then? You just die alone? And all that stuff doesn't come with you? Okay, I digress. I'm getting a little deep here. I think it's a weird trend. It really, truly is. It's awesome. You get to enjoy some pleasures in life. But does that really matter in the end? No, it doesn't at all. Like zero. It matters zero. I just got banned from Walmart for using the employee break room after doing a self-checkout. No way.
Let me
in any Walmart in the world.
I have to give a round of applause.
You are not allowed in any Walmart.
Let's go. That's BS, man. We should all get to go to the Walmart break room if we're doing self-checkout because we are employees of Walmart at that point. It's true. It's true. It's disgusting.
So this is to the person that says, hey, let's go home and eat so that we can save a little bit of money. You're a liar. Liar. Because this says white cheese, $6.49. Tortilla chips, $5.99. That's like $12.50.
No, excuse me. Sorry.
Queso. Now watch this.
Geez.
So it's officially budget.
Holy
So
crap,
go to Mexican.
holy
Chori
crap.
queso here, right? $8.95. That gives me like an extra almost $4 to go toward my entree. Okay? Chori queso has chorizo in it. And then you also get the chips at the table. And then you also get salsa. And so this idea that, oh, we're going to go save money by going home and eating, liar. Go to Mexican. It's budget friendly. This is the person that's trying to discourage you from going to get Mexican at the end of the day. Okay? You should go. And to the person that's like, hey, maybe you just shouldn't get the chips and queso, we don't have anything to talk about it. I don't want to be a part of your world. I don't want to be a part of a world where I can't go to Mexican and get a little bit of chori queso. Because I like to live.
Okay. All right, back to the dinks. This guy's a point, man. You should enjoy a little bit. Like, hey, I had a long day. Let's get some chips and queso. They have some Mexican food. You know, hell yeah, I'm all for that. And he has a really good point though, and like,
I'm sorry.
sometimes it's cheaper. It truly. Here's why economists don't expect trillions of dollars in economic stimulus to create inflation. July 23rd, 2020. Oh, experts. Woo! They're so bad at their jobs, especially when it comes to the economy. Of note, a worthwhile note, like this, well, that money was
Oh God, we might be
in
getting
2020.
no.
Biden wasn't the president. I just have to say that. A lot of people freaking out, yelling at their TV right now. I'm just telling. I care about the truth. That's the truth. All right. This is what they were saying. That didn't happen. It's not true. It's fake news. So we do have inflation. We have lots of it.
Just because I had just a bit of a jarring experience here. I went into the bank. I was trying to change my name on my account, which apparently I can't do because my ex and I still have a joint account. So my ex needs to be present so I can change my name and it reflects on both accounts. Regardless of that, the girl who was doing it had a question, and she calls her coworker over like, well, he's trying to change his name on his account. And I'm like, she kind of like looks at me a little bit and is like, oh, I'm sorry. And just like it writes it off. But like, I'm just like, you read both names. Like, she had both my IDs and my legal name change paperwork in front of her. So, you know what my name's going to. Number 2, I look and sound like this. I know I'm 6 feet tall, but girl, come on. I'm wearing a dress.
No.
I am wearing a dress. I am wearing makeup. I'm wearing eyeliner and eyeshadow and everything.
This is a dude.
Like,
please, like, I'm sorry.
what do
like,
I have to fucking do? What do I have to do?
Be born a woman.
To like,
you're a man.
just
I'm
get
sorry.
gendered correctly
It doesn't.
once while I'm out. Like, I
don't know
like,
where
when
I'm
doing something
sorry,
like
and
like
it's
this,
even
it's
illegal
so
to say
annoying
this.
that, like, it's just like,
It
oh,
is-
well, he needs this and his and him and blah blah blah.
But
and it's like,
it is a him.
Are you kidding me? You use your eyes. Use your eyes.
I'm
This
looking
isn't
and I'm
rocket
seeing a
science.
dude. I'm looking.
It's very
Maybe
clear
someone else can.
that if you aren't sure, here's a tip. You aren't sure, ask. Ask what my pronouns are.
No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I really don't give a fuck about your pronouns.
Play along.
I know. Hey.
Oh, you're bad.
Yeah.
Canceled.
Yeah.
It's exhausting.
It is exhausting.
How'd you do in today's video? Did you cringe at all? If you did, you lose. No punishment, okay? No punishment today because we're leading up to Christmas. All right, I can't do that to you guys. Tomorrow, we are dropping the Try Not to Laugh Best of 2023. It seems like everyone really loved the 2022 Best of Try Not to Laugh, so we're bringing it back. That's your punishment. You know, I'm changing my mind. If you cringe, you lose. You got to watch that tomorrow. All right. So on the fly, changing. Let me know how you did down in the comments. While you're down there, please like today's video. Please help us get recommended to others. That's it for today's video. Until tomorrow, I'm Tyler Zed. This is Education
For the children. Idiots.
Yeah, I think I cringed quite a bit during that, especially that last one. I'm sorry. Like I really don't know what to explain to him to make him feel like a woman. I feel bad. I cannot help, him feel more girly. I don't know what to say. I really don't. I don't really care either. Oh, God. Yeah, this is like...
Dramatic arrest caught on camera this afternoon in DeRidder as the Grinch once again tried to steal Christmas. Officers say they found him leaving a local business on West 1st Street with an armful of Christmas gifts. He was arrested and then escaped from the patrol car on the way to the police station.
Of course, like our catch and release system.
And arrested again and booked into jail for.
And then he probably got out and
head over to Wade for a final check of our weather.
Yeah, and I'm sure actually with our catch and release system, the Grinch got out and has actually probably robbed like 50 more houses. Merry Christmas! Okay. That is a weird one. I don't mean she is weird. She is a beautiful woman and an amazing contortionist. It's all the dart and everything. And this one was a Sandwich Gulf Islands candidate was saying they use the term engineer in a speech or press conference, and all of a sudden they are getting banned and like gotten like whole spanking. It's unfair because the context they use the term engineer did not imply that they actually were an accredited engineer. It's like WKRP in Cincinnati. Everyone knew Dr. Johnny wasn't an actual doctor of love, but it was a term. And when you say you are engineering progress or a litigation, and then it's like, well, you're not an engineer, so you can't call yourself that. It's like, okay, that's it. Like, whatever. Sorry. Oh my God. I think we're going to get snow. One of my friends said we were going to get snow, and I'm like, I don't want snow over the weekend. No. Stop. Okay. Just pulling this one out there.
Stealing a Las
No
Vegas
pun
hotel guest
intended.
watch and concealing it inside her genitals on Sunday was in town for a Monday court date for a similar crime. A man called 911 from the Aria
She's a
Hotel
repeat
Sunday morning
offender.
reporting a woman, later identified as 33-year-old Sarah Richards, had taken items from his room, including a $12,000 watch.
$12,000. Okay, please do not wear that
and
to
they say
Vegas.
that's when they found the watch concealed inside
Ah.
her body. Richards was in town for a Monday court hearing involving a case where police say she stole another
Sorry, I'm
man's
so
watch.
dumb. It's
Also, a strip hotel.
She
Police say
is that
Richards
dumb.
lives in Baltimore. She posted bond and is due in court again in January.
Oh, they search her. Throw on the metal detector. It's like ding, ding, ding. Like, oh my god! Like, I'm not saying it's not a person. Like, I just don't even want to. I'm not even going to go into it. No, no. I could, but I really wouldn't want to go into that one. Oh, naughty. I think the adults get what I was saying. Or thinking. Yeah. John Kennedy mercilessly grills Biden administration nominees. And this one is ruthless, but it's really long. I'd rather pull up this one because this one is actually
absolutely brutal news for Apple. Their
Merry
nightmare
Christmas
before
again.
Christmas,
So check
as
your
their
presents.
Apple Watch
I'm
has
hoping
been banned from
this.
selling in the United
I'm
States
hoping
this week.
this doesn't go through,
The
even though
week
I
before
hate
Christmas.
Apple products.
The
But
biggest gift buying week
how
of
many
the
people
year.
just
The
already
biggest
bought
financial
these
week of the
as
year.
presents?
And probably, I don't know, maybe the Google
This
Apple
is
Watch isn't a
nuts.
gift most kids get, although budgets
No,
for
but
Christmas
no
nowadays
kids.
have gotten
Kids
so
don't
insane.
like Google.
When I was
Like,
young, I remember the
kids
budget
don't
was like
like
around
Google.
$100
Like
for me
it.
and my sister. I'm sure my
We
mom and
keep
dad would
trying to
go over a
convert
little
them,
bit.
but
I don't know what these Apple Watches cost, but I gotta think they're $300, $400, $500. Maybe I'm totally off, and it's much less than that. But I see lots of kids with them, and I assume since no kids work these days, their parents must have bought them for them. So here we go. Apple will be forced to stop selling its Apple Watch in the United States this week over claims that the devices are running on stolen technology. I don't know about you, but having like a smartwatch, quote unquote, that's literally pulling all my biometric data and sending it to Apple and all these other companies.
why the hell would
I
you
don't think
want to
so.
do it to begin with?
Sales of the Apple Watch
Yeah,
Series 9 and
that's-
Ultra 2
just
will
get a
halt
regular
online
watch.
starting December 21st. And from
Shut
all
down your
Apple
phone
retail
every
locations
once in a while.
beginning the day before Christmas. The announcement means that the only available Apple Watch in the United States will be the company's cheap budget SE model. The ruling comes amid a legal dispute over technology that Apple smartwatches use to run their blood oxygen feature. Industry experts told DailyMail.com it could result in at least a $200 million revenue loss for Apple during one of its most lucrative times of the year. Now, I don't know how many people are running out to buy a Christmas gift the day before Christmas, especially this year when that's going to be a Sunday, but it's a non-zero number. I mean, I've seen the stores packed. I remember when I was young buying my friends like those. Remember when those? Does anybody remember? I don't think these are probably not still a thing, but I remember the craze of those gift boxes, not coffee brand coffee gift boxes, which today is your last day to get your coffee brand coffee gift box via 2-day shipping. If you wait till tomorrow night, then you'll have to pay for overnight shipping, which nobody wants to do. 2-day shipping is still very affordable. Make sure you get your coffee brand coffee gift box today. Link will be in the description down below. I don't know about you, but do you remember the cologne gift boxes? Like it used to be Aspen cologne and like Aspen deodorant and then something else in a gift box. And everybody would buy them and everybody would get them. Like, that was so wild. Now, Coffee Brand Coffee gift boxes with our customizable gift box builder is obviously a much better gift. Things are selling out very quickly. So if you're watching this video, if you haven't headed over to coffeebrandcoffee.com yet to build a gift box, do that today. A Massimo spokesperson told DailyMail.com that after a thorough multi-year legal investigation, the ITC found that Apple infringed on certain Massimo's patented innovations for measuring blood oxygen. The decision to exclude certain foreign-made models of the Apple Watch demonstrates that even the world's most powerful companies must abide by the law. I don't know about all that. Sometimes they have to. Sometimes they have to abide by the law. The International Trade Commission expert judgment in this matter should be respected, protecting intellectual property rights, maintaining public trust in the United States patent system, and encouraging the United States industry. The International Trade Commission issued a landmark ban, which is responsible for clamping down on unfair trade practices. In October, the ITC announced its ruling finding that devices infringed on 2 patents owned by biotech company Masimo, based in California. They accused Apple of entering discussions with it for potential partnership in 2013, only to steal the biotech startup idea and poach some of its engineers to implement it. Well, this is the way that business works. I don't think, I am actually shocked and surprised that there was any legal remedy provided here against Apple. Because, quite frankly, this is the way innovation in the United States works. Google, Apple, these companies, Facebook, they don't innovate anything. They just buy or steal all their ideas. We can talk about the Windows operating system. We can go all the way back to how Windows was a thing, right? How that came about. The Irvine-based company pioneered a sensor technology that consistently emits light through the skin to monitor blood oxygen saturation. Apple's technology shines red and near-infrared light into the blood-perfused tissue. According to the company's website, they were found, don't really care about that. Data shows that Masimo is valued at nearly $7 billion, and Kayani's net worth is $1.3 billion. Trading was down more than 5% on Monday following the news of Apple's halt on smartwatches. He told Forbes that he met with Apple in 2013 to discuss possible collaboration on the Apple Watch project, but Apple opted not to join forces with them and focus on hospital products, which does not align with the tech giant's consumer-focused model. A decade later, the two companies met again. Masimo sued Apple in federal court in 2020 and again in 2021 after the Apple Watch Series 6 release, which was the first model to have the blood oxygen feature. According to Forbes, he has spent $60 million fighting Apple in court. The ITC handed down its order in October, starting the clock on a 60-day presidential review period. Now is set to expire Christmas Day. It seems like they probably got some level of favorable ruling there. Like they probably said, okay, well, we're going to allow, you to sell through Christmas, basically. Now, Apple said today's announcement, the Biden administration can veto to the ITC ban, but the White House has chosen not to act so far. Apple said today's announcement that it would be halting the sales of its watches, the company preemptively taking steps to comply should the ruling stand. Apple strongly disagrees with the order and is pursuing a range of legal and technical. Maybe just don't steal stuff. Maybe just don't steal stuff. It is rare for a president to veto a decision from the ITC, but Apple has benefited from such intervention in the past. Shocking. President Barack Obama vetoed a ban on the iPhone as part of Apple's legal dispute with Samsung in 2013. As of right now, there is no timeline on how long the Apple Watch Ultra 2 and the Apple Watch Series 9 will be unavailable for purchase. The Biden administration could still step in and veto the ITC exclusion. I would think that that's pretty bad. I'd say that that's pretty bad. Now, from what I'm hearing, Samsung actually removed this tech from its phones a long time ago because, this company actually owns it. What's funny about this is this is very bad timing. I wonder Apple stock, let's see. Yeah, it's fine today. Took a little bit of a hit yesterday, but the market doesn't seem so concerned. The market doesn't seem so concerned with it. Apple's $17 billion smartwatch rescue mission. Tech giant races to avoid historic ban in the United States that could last until 2028. Apple has launched a $17 billion rescue mission to save its smartwatches from being banned in the US to patent infringement claims. Engineers will use the funds to adjust how devices' algorithms measure oxygen saturation and show data to users before the clock runs out on December 24th. That is when all Apple stores in the United States must stop selling the Series 9s and Ultra 2 models after an order by Americans Trade Watchdog, which ruled the tech giant stole copyrighted technology. I actually thought about buying one of these, even though I'm not a Apple phone guy, when my dad was still around, because monitoring his blood oxygen levels is so important. And he would never wear the finger thing properly. I remember talking about that with my mom, before he passed away. We should get dad this thing so he could wear it. I think it's actually pretty helpful if it's accurate. I don't know how accurate it is, because in my experience with blood oxygen levels, monitoring them, my dad had a bunch of different devices. Some of them worked, some of them didn't work. It depended how warm your hands were. It depended, he'd have to sit on his hand for a while to warm it up to make sure that he would get a clear reading. So I don't know how clear the watch really was. But I can tell you this, I actually did have a family member whose life was saved by an Apple Watch. And I hate Apple, but in the spirit of transparency, his Apple Watch detected some weird arrhythmia with his heart, and he ended up needing a pacemaker. But he didn't know. His watch was actually said, hey, you're having some sort of heart issue or something like that. So, in that case, I think for people who are over 40, over 50, there's probably some benefits to wearing these health tracking devices. But, ultimately on top of that, I'm not exactly sure that I want to be sharing this kind of all this. It's bad enough if you have a smartphone, right? If you have a smartphone out there and you have all these lunatics at these tech companies pulling in all that data, TikTok sending all your information to China. Now we're sending health information. I've always been one of those people that even when my insurance company asks questions or anything like that, I don't answer anything. I'm happy to pay the premium. They keep begging me. They're like, oh, just if you do this little physical thing, we'll knock your insurance bill down $100 a year. Nope. Not going to do it. Nope. You can't have any additional information on me. That's not how this works. So it's going to be interesting to see if Apple actually gets out of this. Could be a potential, very, very big, very, very big financial loss for them, billions and billions of dollars. So it's going to be interesting to watch this over time.
Yeah, I know. That's I find all of this technology very invasive. I do not think it's a lot of times a good idea to go this far into the Matrix, even though, yes, I love my AI art, but you got to draw the line. And some of this is just invasive technology. Okay.
I see a pole. I see a skimpy outfit.
Sometimes to promote pole fitness is not for the usual sizes.
I think Simon doesn't even know what to do with this because he's gay anyways.
Best of luck.
I'm impressed with the splits. The splits are hard. My hips are way too, I could do half of this. I could do that one. I can show this chubby bitch up. Oh yeah. Okay, that was Inside Voice Crypta. Inside Voice Crypta. Okay.
Being said, we are not going to
Yeah, this was weird.
listen to Mr. Poilievre's reductive talk.
This
without
was
it being
weird,
responded to,
and I'm
make
I'm
sure
gonna
that
pull up
Canadians
this
are-
whole
are-
thing,
are
even
drawn,
though we're
that we
approaching
draw their
the
attention
3.5 hour
not
mark.
only what he's saying, but what he
But
is not
this
saying.
was
And what he is
weird.
not saying is anything about a specific
You can
plan
always scroll
to move
back to
Canada
other videos,
About the
or
fact that you're holding a press
I
conference
mean
to
that
respond to
because
his
the
year-end
poll
interviews. I mean,
in
how
the
far back
last
on your
clip,
heels
you
are
could
you
play
that
that
you feel
all
the need to
day.
do that? We haven't seen the Conservatives respond to any of the Prime Minister.
What it says is that we have confidently for 4 months in this House put forward plans, specific plans, detailed plans on everything that I just talked about.
And yet he's getting under your skin.
And Mr. Poilievre arrives with these tropes and these slogans and doesn't manage to get questioned at all aggressively about his specific plans to improve the lives of Canadians.
What's your issue here? That he did some friendly interviews?
Mr.
I'm just confused as to why we're here and why we're listening and doing this.
Mr. Poilievre has spent the last 3 days giving these fuzzy, comfy little interviews in safe spaces for him. That's all very nice for him. But Mr. Poilievre has spent the last 3 days giving these fuzzy, and what we thought was, oh, a long form interview, an hour here, a half hour there. We're going to hear some plans. We're going to hear some specifics. But yet, Mr. Poilievre comes forward with the same tired tropes that Mr. Gerritsen and I listened to and all of you listened to every day for the last 4 months.
Why is he leading in every public opinion poll then? For almost more than almost a year
You know
now.
what Diefenbaker said, right? Polls are for dogs, and there's going to be an election at some point in the future. We're going to be very happy and very confident to put our plans and our specifics in front of Canadians and let Mr. Poilievre try and get away with these tropes and these tired tropes that he's involved in, Mr. Poilievre.
But to Louis' point, are you sort of trying to unroll a new strategy in that the Liberals are trying something new or trying to fight back more against Poilievre?
Listen,
explain the thinking behind it.
listen, first and foremost, we're going to keep delivering for Canadians. That's what we've done. That's what we've demonstrated that we're going to continue to do. Time for Mr. Poilievre to start talking about what his plans actually are. We're not seeing any of that from him. And so we're here today to say, listen, we will accept, we will continue to work hard for Canadians, but at the same time, we're going to continue to point out where Mr. Poilievre continues to misinform Canadians on what his plans are, because we know at the end of the day, Mr. Poilievre's approach is exactly like Donald Trump's approach from the United States. It's all about feeding in and feeding off of the emotions of people to try to get the better of them. One of our jobs is going to be to point that out, and that's exactly what we're doing here today.
But isn't this what an election campaign is for? Like, pardon me, we're not in a campaign. That's typically when a leader will put out a platform. That's when they detail their policy.
I mean, you would have to ask yourself, isn't the way that Mr. Poilievre acts now and has always been acting, what an election?
He revealed his platform in 2013. He revealed it in the 2015 election campaign.
Pardon me?
Justin Trudeau became leader in 2013. Didn't reveal a platform then. He revealed it in the
But we were certainly talking about our values and what was important to us, and we paved the way for that election platform well in advance. But listen, it's about talking about what we stand for. Mr. Poilievre, if you actually listen to what he says, stands for nothing other than to try to take down the current prime minister. And all we're saying is, if you actually stop and listen, as we did, we listened to the 45-minute long interviews, you actually end up hearing nothing. And, we find that concerning. We think that Canadians would find that concerning when they take the time to actually listen and hear that nothing is being said.
Promoting these interviews?
There was a very revealing moment I found this past session, just at the beginning of the session, which is when we gathered in London, Ontario for our caucus meeting, and the Prime Minister announced a comprehensive plan to eliminate GST on home rentals. That very same day, Mr. Poilievre, Mr. Housing, remember, Mr. Housing came out with a very narrowly defined, narrow in scope GST rebate. We can actually project the number of rental units that will be built on the strength of our policy.
Yeah,
When Mr.
like
Polyev was given a
barely
clean sheet of paper,
anything
he
to
came out with a
support
narrow little
our
piece of policy that fundamentally
current
would not get any rental units
immigration's
built in Canada.
requirements. Like this guy has so
You referenced
clue.
the caucus meeting this summer was pretty dour for you guys. I think people were acknowledging that on the record. Are you trying to say something's changed? That it's you don't think it's looking as bad as it was 4 months ago?
I think what you saw, we ended this session with an enormous number of accomplishments in this parliamentary session. We
No, you
entered
pretty much
the next
screwed
session
up.
of Parliament as a very confident group. You saw a group of 158-ish members of Parliament stand up for 30 hours. When we were called to vote for 30 hours, you saw Liberals standing up for our vision of Canada. What you didn't see is that same level of commitment on the other side of the House.
I would like to add something. You said, has something changed? Yes, something's changed. Look at the Conservative Party of Canada. This is a party that used to support Ukraine. It's now a party that won't even vote in favor of a free trade agreement with Ukraine, won't vote to support elements of Operation Unify.
Okay,
that
let me
directly
just
supports
pause
Ukraine.
this.
Has something changed? Absolutely. The Conservative
Let
Party.
me just pause this because this guy is like very unclear on his facts. The reason the Conservatives did not support this policy or this vote was because it was so buried in climate change. And I'm sorry, like, the Ukraine really doesn't care about climate change, but there was all this extra money buried in this bill for climate change, which has nothing to do with the Ukraine. So that's why the Conservatives are like, maybe we should reevaluate this one. So him coming up like this dickless little wonder, coming, like, okay, we need, you guys were against this. It's like, you hate the Ukraine. It's like, no, everyone loves Ukraine. It just, we're not going to throw more money into a bill that is about climate change if it's supposed to be about the Ukraine. It's like, pick a lane. You get one or the other. You get climate change or the Ukraine. You can't pick both, but, and that's what this bill, he is complaining that got shut down for. Well, it was poorly written and there was so much in, the fine writing, that really actually wouldn't have even helped the Ukraine. It would have actually imposed our insane environmental sanctions onto a war country. So it really, in the long run, it wouldn't have actually helped the Ukraine. It would have just imposed our stupidity of our government onto a situation we shouldn't even be involved with. But hey, let's hear this boy. I'm sure he has something wonderful to
Canada
say.
has changed. It's changed dramatically just in the actions that we've seen in the last 4 months. This is why Mr. McKinnon and I think it's so important to keep, to make sure that Canadians are informed, to make sure that they have all of this information, because it's absolutely critical. It's about a new Conservative Party of Canada. It's about a Conservative Party of Canada that is more based like the MAGA alt-right Republicans that we see in the United States, like Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene. That seems to be who they're heavily influenced by now.
Canadians are supporting.
Pardon me?
Then you're saying that's who Canadians are supporting?
No, what I'm saying is that Mr. Polyev
This is just embarrassing.
that,
Like,
quite
if
frankly,
this
he's
is
not.
the shape
Because
of
when you
Canadian
actually listen
politics,
to
like,
what they say in the House, when you see how they
oh
actually
my
vote,
God, like,
you start
what
to
a
realize
fucking moron.
that, they are not the Conservative Party of Brian Mulroney. Brian Mulroney's Conservative Party dealt with acid rain. They dealt with fixing the ozone layer. Literally led the world. They literally led the world in that regard. And now what you see is a Conservative Party of Canada where they can't even get half their membership to agree that climate change is real.
Well, why do you think their message is resonating?
Why do I think their message is resonating? Well, I
Weather
think that your message is
changes,
resonating because
I
of what I said
mean-
earlier. Mr. Polyev is playing off people's emotions, he's playing off people's fears, and he's trying to translate that into telling people that he will actually be there for them. But if you
What a
listen to what
moron.
he's saying,
Like,
which is the entire
whatever.
point of us coming to talk to you today, if you actually listen to what he said in these interviews leading up to today, he said nothing about what he will actually do for people. He's only continued to reinforce and play into people's emotions, to play into people's fears in order to try to scare them away from something else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay! So, isn't Canadian politics fun? Aw, this one was so sweet.
She thinks she can take a break.
Like, it's so sweet how that little baby has its. Yeah. Aw, and it was just so sweet how her and the baby were sleeping.
We're back for Hamas Month. So here is a tunnel that Hamas built under the Gaza Strip. And it is 2.5 miles long and 50 meters underground. And all of that was built with the concrete that the world gave Gaza to build.
Yeah, here's the bad part
and the
about all
schools.
this.
Because Hamas diverted it to the tunnels, except for the houses and schools where Hamas built tunnels underneath them, going into here, and 2.5 miles times 50 meters equals, zero condemnations from the United Nations about Hamas stealing international aid to build the terror machine it used.
Oh boy.
Madison is an elite weightlifter who's been dealing with left hip pain for a year and a half that's been affecting her lifting. She's seen many professionals without full relief. When we started working together, I wanted to first check her hip mobility. She had a lot of internal rotation on the right, but was limited and very painful on the left. Same with hip opening, less on the left. Next, I had her do a single leg squat, a simple task for this former gymnast, but extremely difficult on the left. So with
That's
the depth
how
of
I
the
am.
first, we got to work. I had her
I
start
kind
with
of
a
fall
component
aside
touchdown
on
event
one
and perform
side.
joint mobilizations for both internal and external rotation. Then it was rotational control work with the hip airplane, slowly rotating up and down. Followed by her favorite, the DNS star. The cue is to squat your hips down towards your back foot. You'll feel your downside glutes working really hard if doing this correctly. Last was a touchdown squat with a big hinge. Once you feel the glute, then squat. In a week, she's already progressed these and seen good changes with her lifting with less pain, showing she's on the right track.
And just for the record, this is like a gymnast, a weightlifter, do these exercises in your own comfort zone. Like if you want to do that squat one, I would not recommend like start with a phone book. If you still have one around or something around that size that's really solid, you know, and then build yourself up to the foot size level, then to the, because it looked from the video she was doing like almost like a 3-foot size. Do not start out with that for doing these kind of exercises. Start little, start just, if you do a little every day, it's going to benefit you more than going to the gym once a week and going really hard. Just do a little bit and build yourself up gradually. And yeah, I'm not saying you shouldn't push yourself. You know, you're having a good day. Try that extra 10 sit-ups or push-ups or reps, you know, but I think a lot of people discourage themselves on working out because they start out too hard, too big, too fast, and all of a sudden they're not living up to this unrealistic standard of, you know, if you do a little consistently, it's going to help you more. Like, I don't know, like sometimes some of these videos, like I just don't want people to get discouraged. Although this is nuts. And if CNN are finally like, oh my God, there's a freaking problem.
Allowing police to arrest
oh my God, there's migrants.
That it preempts federal law and is therefore unconstitutional.
Like, I don't know.
Meantime,
I think we're getting a storm.
12,000 migrants were apprehended on the U.S. southern border in just the last 24 hours. That is a
hearing the window and everything.
Eagle Pass, Texas. CNN's Rosa Flores is there.
And this
Abby,
is
what you see behind you are thousands of migrants who are waiting to be transported for immigration processing. Look over my shoulder. You'll see men, women, children. And what you're looking at right now is a federal issue. It's up to the federal government to apprehend these individuals, process them, and hold them. But Governor Greg Abbott just signed SB 4. This creates a new state crime for illegal entry into the country, which means what you're looking at could be a state issue come March of 2024. Now, the ACLU has already filed a lawsuit, so this is caught in a legal battle. Governor Abbott has already said that he plans to take this legal battle all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, but it's local communities who are very concerned because what you're looking at could end up in the hands of counties and cities who don't have funds. I've talked to individuals all along the border, including the sheriff from Maverick County where I am, and he says that his deputies are not trained in immigration law and that he doesn't have space for them in their jails. Abby?
Rosa Flores, thank you for that. And for more on this, I want to bring in former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot, who dealt with a surge of migrants in her city as mayor. Mayor Lightfoot, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
My pleasure.
Now today, as Rosa was just saying, Texas Governor Greg Abbott has signed that bill that makes entering the state of Texas illegally a state crime. Is this, in your view, a reasonable
she fucked up her city. Like she literally fucked up her city. She shouldn't even be on a talk show.
Pouring in from the southern border.
Weighing in on, she created this problem. I'm sorry, I gotta shut this down. You can
from my own experience,
pull up Miss Lori Lightfoot on your own time. It's on my blog. I pulled it up not because I agree with it, just I cannot believe what the fuck is going on below the border. Oh, this one was hilarious. I could watch this like a few times. No, come on, get up. This is so hilarious. No, we gotta play that one again. No, seriously, that was hilarious. How do I play that again? Oh, there we go. This is just too funny. Like, oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, you get that bear. Yeah, where's the bear? Where's the bear? He got the bear. You can tell they're like dogs. They're not so bad. It just, yeah, they are bad, but oh, this is funny.
Christmas time is no time to relax your preppy mindset. If anything, it's the time of year where you should amp up your paranoia so you can protect yourself against things that are probably never going to happen to you. Hi, I'm Don Doomsday. I'm here to give you expert Christmas prepping strategies so you can protect yourself against your family members that you should probably assume are all terrorists out to do you harm. Rifled up Santa. Christmas is the day that either Jesus was born or died for your sins. I can never remember which. But nonetheless, how do you respond when at a family gathering, a relative of yours spits in the face of the Christmas spirit by saying, "Happy Holidays"? Well, there's no solution to this quite as effective as what I like to call a rifled up Santa. Here's what it looks like.
Happy Holidays.
Get on the floor. I will not let you tread on me with your constitution eroding, communist subverting language. I want you to take that back, Uncle Brett. Sometimes I like to relax with a little eggnog and throw on some of my favorite Christmas music. Question. When you're gathering with relatives that you see no more than once a year, how do you know that they haven't fallen into a terrorist sleeper cell and are here to eliminate you because you are so important to America? Answer. Just assume that they have. This is where tip number 2 comes into play. It's what I like to call the old gun in a tree trick. It's where you put a gun in your tree so you can use it to root out the undercover terrorists who are in your very own living room. Get on the floor, Grandma! Are you working with ISIS? Prove to me that you're not with ISIS! Now get on the floor! Oh, you can't because of your arthritis? Well, arthritis kind of rhymes with ISIS. Now get on the floor! The proof is in the pudding on this one. I've been attending Christmas for 42 years straight with my family, and my grandmother has never once committed an act of terrorism thanks to this technique. Before we get to our final prepping for protection on Christmas technique, here's a little prepping gift tip. What kind of present should you get a lunatic liberal relative of yours? Well, what you don't want to get them is a Pro 2A wall hanging sign. But what you do want to get them is a Pro 2A wall hanging sign while you have a rifle on your lap as you watch them open it. You like it? And finally, for the purposes of preventing harm from falling upon yourself while
Satire, folks. Satire. Please have a sense of humor.
When you're neck deep into the
Please
final
have a
round
sense of humor.
friendly white elephant gift exchange. And you've got the one good gift out of the whole lot, and the final person thinks they have the right to steal the gift that's rightfully yours according to you. Well, I recommend using a little technique that I like to call threatening them with an elk antler handled knife that you punch through an ordinary looking box towards them. The name actually describes the technique pretty well. So here's how it looks. Oh, you want it? Well, I guess it's yours. Think again, Redcoat. My right to private property will not be infringed on by your communist land grab, you miserable Maoist piece of shit. So you're sure you don't want it? By simply weaponizing the world around you, you will be well equipped to protect yourself from your terrorist relatives while terrorizing yourself with paranoia this Christmas. I'll see you next time, unless the world ends first. Don Doomsday, signing out. One of the most beneficial practices in my health routine is using one of my favorite products from Bond Charge, the infrared PEMF mat. I'm always looking to feel more grounded, have more mindfulness, creative thought, and reduce my stress because, admittedly, I live a stressful lifestyle. Infrared PEMF therapy helps reduce pain and inflammation, improves sleep, slows the aging process, relaxes the nervous system, and boosts energy. All things that I love and enjoy. And one of my favorite ways to treat myself is when I'm done on the infrared PEMF mat,
I slide right into the infrared sauna blanket. It's the easiest, most accessible, affordable way to bring infrared saunas into your life while being more powerful than you need. So if your health, energy, and feeling and looking great is important to you, then you'll also want to
Those
know
are actually
right now
like
in the
pretty
holiday
damn
season,
cool.
Bond Charge is offering a 25%
Oh God,
off
it
everything
just
site-wide
seems
sale.
warm
So the
and
time's
like
never been better
comfy.
to get your infrared PEMF mat or infrared sauna blanket or both. So just go to bondcharge.com/JP and you're 25%
I'm letting
off
him
discount
play.
will be
I let
automatically
people,
applied
if
at
I steal
checkout.
their clips, I
Enjoy.
let them play. You know, if they have, you know, paid promotions, like whatever. Okay, that's a little heavy. Let's see what else is up here. Oh, that's not even better, but let's just...
Now let's check in with the Queers for Palestine movement or
Yeah.
Chickens for KFC.
Yeah,
Why was it
it
important
gets
for you to come to
weird.
the protest
It's
today?
like,
I
why are
came with
people
Queers
so
for
damn
Palestine.
weird?
I'm a trans, non-binary person. I believe we're not free until everyone's free. Queer liberation. Queer people live in Palestine. It's pink washing going on, and people are trying to tell queer people that they can't be part of what's going on in Palestine. And I just want to be here.
Like, totally
and for every
clueless.
Palestinian.
Totally clueless.
Oh, love. If you
Totally
were so
clueless.
utterly ignorant and self-involved, you'd understand why people are mocking your movement, even those who are pro-Palestinian. Where were you when queer people in Palestine were fleeing to Israel to avoid brutal persecution? If you don't understand that radical Islam has zero tolerance for your lifestyle, then frankly, you're too dumb to be part of any discussion, but that hasn't stopped Queers for Palestine shutting down Manhattan Bridge.
Like, what the fuck are they even
Now
saying?
to one of the richest
I don't
athletes in
even
the
know.
world, the race hoaxing Chinese Communist Party loving NBA star LeBron James. Let's see what he has for America and the anthem.
At the twilight
gleaming through stripes and bright is a careless life.
So as everyone is standing, many with hands
Oh
on their
God,
hearts,
I love the national
strolling in
anthem.
casually and taking a seat during the anthem. But thank you. I bet you didn't stand up for the Chinese national anthem. Now let's go to Noah Tishby, one of the friends of this program, who is a warrior for Israel. And though she's off the left, she's what I like to call an old school lefty. They're still sensible. They can see the toxic modern woke left. And she's happy to call them out. Here she is at Berkeley telling a lefty losing it that he's actually a Zionist. That shut him up.
You know that only 31% of Israelis actually define themselves as of Eastern European descent, and all the rest are actually Middle Eastern descent. You're talking about the indigenousness of Israel. You understand that when you're saying Jews are white, have you been to Israel?
You people don't have respect.
It's not you people. Don't discriminate. I'm a person. My name is Noah. It's not you people. Wait a second. Have you been to Israel? Okay, great. Awesome. So when you go to Israel, I get it. Do you believe that the Jews have a right to self-determination as a state, in a state?
Yes, of course.
Okay, great. Do you believe that Israel has the right to exist?
Of course.
Great, then you are a Zionist. Welcome. Sorry. Don't be angry. It's true.
Completely true. He's a Zionist. So many people who are mouthing off about Zionism and Zionists, they don't even know what the definition of the word is. I suggest you look it up because you might find you're a Zionist as well. I'm a Zionist, proudly. Now let's go to Germany, where the climate cultists took out their rage on a Christmas tree. What?
Once again, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Sorry, this thing doesn't get old. It's like people are so dumb. It just.
Yes, that tree was clearly asking for it. I'm sure the planet is saved now. We've not only seen an unprecedented attack against the frontrunner for the 2024 presidential election, we've seen the weaponization of issues from the justice system to intelligence agencies. We've seen a sinister attack against free speech and democracy, and we've seen it from these people. This is what the kids call projection.
What would a second Donald Trump term look like?
Well, he cannot be the next president because if he is...
You can't imagine the things that he's going to do. Mexico, Canada. We can't go to Canada because eventually Canada will become annexed to America.
And shoot visitors to the White House. Yeah.
No, we're already fucking ourselves up without your guys' help. Don't worry about it.
Make it illegal to run against him, to throw his opponents in jail, to shut down the media.
He will make himself into the Fuhrer, and he will make everybody raise their hand and salute him using martial law against the American people.
Terminate the Constitution.
To rewrite the Constitution.
Create mass internment camps.
Throw everyone into Gitmo.
Might be sent to jail, or their rights might be suppressed, especially minority groups in society.
You might have any number of things happen to you and your family.
Every one of us, our freedom, our liberty, none of us is safe.
He's going to have people around him executing against an enemy's list.
Assassinate generals.
Ordering troops to attack American citizens.
Talk about weapon-grade projection. Thanks to Tom Elliott for that compilation. Follow him on X. That compilation goes for a lot longer than what I've just showed you. Now, Hunter Biden, his woes continue to grow. Last Wednesday, refused to sit for a closed-door questioning by Republican lawmakers who are looking into his dodgy business dealings. He did make a defiant statement, though.
I'm here today to answer at a public hearing any legitimate questions Chairman Comer, House Oversight Committee may have for me. I'm here today to make sure that the House committees not proceed on distortions, manipulated evidence, and lies.
I'm not sure, but I think that something was done with that footage. But
it might be a deep fake. I don't really think that was real, but it was kind of funny. Gross, but funny. This is nuts. Like, you say. This one's a little long, but
As the dawn rises above the Las Vegas skyline,
I'm gonna
Randy
play a
Howard,
bit of
a
this.
guest at the MGM Grand Hotel, sleeps off the after effects of a night indulging in the
just,
city's infamous delights. He is abruptly roused by a clamor outside his room
like
and a chorus of sirens on the street.
an
Unbeknownst to
architectural,
him
like this
and
is
almost
a.
all other guests.
It was a
fire
design
tears through the
to
hotel.
be doomed
As
to
he comes
fail
to his
to
senses,
begin with.
he realizes he's in a
And some of
deadly
these
trap.
hotels down
The
there,
smoke
I'm
fills
like,
the corridors, and wherever he
I
tries
don't
to
know.
escape, he bumps
They're-
into a dead end. There's nothing he can do except pray for a miracle. The MGM Grand Fire came out of the blue on the morning of November 21st, 1980. It broke out at a serving station of a first-floor restaurant, the Deli, where it was empty and workers were arriving. An employee of an adjacent coffee house saw sparks and black smoke coming out from a Keno board. However, as soon as she ran to warn her superiors, the wall burst into flames. Within minutes, the fire was out of control, and the lights in the deli went out. Hotel security called the firefighters at 7:16 a.m. 2 minutes later, the first engine and a rescue unit arrived from nearby Station 11. Following them were 3 more engines, 1 ladder, 1 hose wagon, and 1 rescue, with a total of 23 firefighters. When the first due unit entered the casino from the north entrance, they saw no signs of panic among guests, who were unaware of what was happening. Then, a few feet from the casino's east side, a fireball emerged, followed by a thick black cloud from the deli's entrance. As the cloud advanced, firefighters and casino guests were forced to evacuate the building. In less than a minute, firefighters were out and running toward their truck. As one of them later described, by that time, the fire had already broken out through the main entrance on the west side, meaning the whole casino was alight. At 7:21 a.m., Engine 11 called for a second alarm, prompting the arrival of 4 more engines, a ladder, a battalion chief, and a rescue unit. Unfortunately, the blaze flared up so abruptly, they soon had to send a third alarm, calling for more help. The sounds of sirens woke hotel guests. Many thought the action was taking place in some of the surrounding
Like, it wasn't even the fire, it was the way it was designed, worked like a chimney, and you can see it.
They began to panic.
We didn't hear anybody yelling anything. There was no sound. There was no, aside from fire engines, which we figured were going somewhere else. And there were no sprinklers, smoke. There was just nothing to alert anybody.
No personnel in the hotel made any effort where we were to notify anybody. No one was knocking on the doors.
I heard a lot of running in the hallway, and it just didn't sound normal to me. So I opened the door, and the hallway was just covered with smoke. And I wasn't dressed. I grabbed my coat. I just left. I ran and ran and ran, and I went nowhere.
Even though the fire raged within the casino and the first floor, little of it broke into the hotel tower. However, the smoke did. Large amounts of toxic fumes and smoke traveled through stairways, elevator shafts, seismic joints, and other openings in the construction. As a result, the hotel tower acted like a giant chimney, taking smoke and fumes to the topmost floors.
This is an awful design.
From the outside, smoke was seen coming out from the casino's north and west entrances and through the stairway of the hotel tower. Firefighters tried everything to extinguish it. Unfortunately, the lack of windows in the casino limited the number of attack positions for them. The 8 engines lined up hoses through whichever opening they could find, spraying tons of water on the raging fire. 2 ladder trucks were positioned on both sides of the north entrance for the rescue of guests who, in great numbers, rushed to their windows and balconies. They were reaching for fresh air as smoke started to fill hotel corridors and rooms. To attract the attention of rescuers, guests hung their sheets on the windows. Others tied bed sheets together to create makeshift ropes. Firefighters knew that in a moment of desperation, guests were likely to attempt reckless and adrenaline-fueled escapes. In fact, there had already been 1 fatality, further driving them to keep people calm. However, saving guests from the 26-story hotel was difficult, since ladder trucks could only reach the 9th floor. Therefore, rescue teams had to be sent inside. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, a police helicopter pilot who was hovering at the scene requested the dispatch center for all available helicopters to be sent to the site. By 8:30 a.m., the skies were alive, with 20 choppers rushing to the scene.
This is pretty
the United
incredible.
States Air Force jumped in to help by dispatching the large helicopters from the nearby Air Force Base. What followed was a dramatic operation of rescue and support. An estimated 300 people were airlifted to safety from the roof alone, demonstrating quick action and efficient coordination. The Air Force helicopters also performed daring rescues, extracting 12 people from the precarious perches of their balconies. The helicopters were also lifelines, transporting vital equipment to the scene. They delivered fresh supplies of self-contained breathing apparatus bottles, essential for those navigating the smoky conditions.
Like,
Firefighters
this is
and their gear were
incredible
airlifted to the
for,
hotel's
like,
roof,
this is,
ensuring a
this would be an
continued on-site
incredible
response.
operation nowadays.
Inside the building,
But for
firefighters with breathing
1980,
apparatus combed the entire
like,
hotel,
this
looking for
is,
people needing help.
you know,
With 2,100 rooms, it was a tough task. Apart from the airlift operation, they used ladders, ropes, and whatever was suitable to get the guests out. Even a construction worker working on a building expansion jumped in to help. He used his scaffolding platform to bring dozens of people down.
One woman just had a short fur coat on, had her one leg out the window, ready to jump out the window. I figured we had to get her first. We brought her down the scaffold first. And I went up 2 more times after that and got more people down, but that's when the smoke got to me and I had to go.
The smoke and toxic fumes got to a great number of guests.
Yeah.
Many of those rescued suffered from breathing problems, and some were carried out unconscious. All available ambulances rushed to the MGM Hotel, where several aid stations were set up. Unfortunately, as firemen made their way to the upper floors, it became clear that the death toll would be high. Among the smoke and silence, they found bodies lying all over the place. The rapid spread of smoke caught many guests in a death trap. Some became locked in smoke-filled stairwells where the doors automatically closed behind them. In an ironic fire safety measure, desperately trying to find a way out, they clawed on the doors. News accounts later mentioned the bloody handprints left on the walls.
That's just awful.
Guests who opened their windows to get fresh air ended up dying of smoke coming in from outside the building. And many victims suffocated in their sleep as the smoke-filled air conditioning system pumped deadly carbon monoxide into their bedrooms. At 10 a.m., rescue teams called upon a priest to the upper floors to administer the last rites to victims.
There were several rather tender scenes. One particularly I remember was the waiter had just delivered breakfast and he was there beside his tray. And one wife was with her husband with their arms intertwined. It was very sad.
In the meantime, down in the casino, firefighters successfully fought the inferno. Within 75 minutes, the main fire was under control. However, it took them another 4.5 hours to completely extinguish it. Finally, at 1 p.m., the last lines were pulled out of the casino. The search for victims and their removal from the building lasted until 9 p.m. Ultimately, rescuers recovered 85 dead bodies,
that's
78
gruesome.
guests, and 7 hotel employees.
That is so gruesome. Wow. That's...
In addition, there were 627 injured,
That's a horrible
588
one.
guests, 25 employees, and 14 firefighters. Of the total deaths, most died from smoke inhalation and carbon monoxide poisoning. The severity of the disaster attracted the attention of the entire nation, but more importantly, it aroused anger in people who demanded answers. The public and experts were eager to find out how the blaze even started. Why did it spread so fast? Was it possible that one of the best hotels in Las Vegas had no firefighting system to cut it at its roots? Could employees have warned guests that the fire had broken out and given them enough time to escape? Investigators were determined to find answers to these questions. Their findings would reveal the dark side of the Las Vegas glamour. The investigation into the causes began the same day, as soon as the fire was suppressed on the first floor. Witness statements clearly stated that it came from the deli, so that is where the investigators looked for clues.
I'm going to pause
They
this
revealed that
one.
the fire started from an electrical fault in a wall-mounted receptacle.
I'm going to pause that one. You can find the rest on my blog. I kind of wanted to pull up this one, just because this is really concerning. I don't feel comfortable with this kind of going on.
I was standing in front
Like,
of a McDonald's.
just
For
give
some reason,
kids Christmas.
A pro-Hamas march hated McDonald's and threatened the people in McDonald's and were menacing it. They didn't smash it or storm the place, but there was this rage at McDonald's. And the only explanation I can think of, and this is a stretch, is that one McDonald's location, apparently, in Israel, gave free sandwiches to some Israeli soldiers once. And so the entire chain apparently is anti-Palestinian or something. It was so absurd, though. It felt medieval in its superstition and stupidity. The people in this McDonald's in London were like any Londoners. They were of every race and religion. Frankly, there were Muslims in there. I'm sure there are quite a few Muslims in London. But this rage at an inanimate object at McDonald's showed me just how maniacal the hatred on the street was. Well, if you think hating McDonald's is bad, and they also hate Starbucks, even though there's not a single Starbucks in Israel as far as I know. But there's an international clothing store called Zara, Z-A-R-A. And I've never been in it because I'm a man, but apparently it is a women's fashion store, and it's actually part of one of the largest women's fashion retailers in the world. Now, you might be thinking, Zara, that sounds like a Jewish or Israeli or Hebrew name. Well, if you thought that, you would be wrong. It's actually based in Spain, founded by good Catholic, Spanish Catholics. It's about as Jewish as a pork sandwich. But maybe it sounds Hebrew or something. So all around the world, these rageful pro-Hamas activists are protesting outside a Zara store. It is so stupid, but really it's not any less informed than most of the pro-Hamas chants were going, as long as they can be angry and threaten intifada against the Jews and to purge, to ethnically cleanse Israel. That's what from the river to the sea means, to wipe out all the Jews from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. Anyways, in Eaton Center, which is a large downtown shopping center in Toronto, the latest pro-Hamas rally just a couple of days ago had a rally not in a public square, not in a public place, not in a political place like outside a government building or an embassy, but in a shopping center. I've seen this across Canada, where terrified kids going to see Santa are shrieked at by these hateful mobs. Here's one video the other day of basically terrifying kids going to visit Santa.
I think I already played this one, but we're going to play it again. Yeah, I think I already played this one, or other people have played it, but this is kind of disturbing. Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas!
You might be thinking, well, that is counterproductive. You've terrified those kids, and they're certainly not going to support the Palestinian cause by demonizing Christmas. And in fact, here is a new flyer from the pro-Hamas activists in Toronto that there shall be no normal Christmas as long as Israel is fighting terrorism. You might be saying that's going to win them a lot of enemies, not friends, just like when they block subway stations or block highways. But I think you must understand the purpose of these. It is to menace you. It is to cause chaos. It's to tire you out. It's to cause you dissonance. It's to make you feel uncomfortable. So you just say, fine, whatever. What do you want? I'll just give you whatever you want. Relieves me and give me relief from this social pain. You have come into our placid country, Canada, the United States, Western Europe. You have come to these happy places, and you have brought your discord, and you are becoming more and more aggravating on purpose, not to be persuasive. You're not making thoughtful arguments when you chant free, free Palestine from the river to the sea, a global solution, intifada revolution, or final solution, as we've heard. The goal is not to persuade. It's to terrify. It's to show who the new dominant force is. And so if you're wondering, well, why are they being very unpersuasive? No, they're not trying to persuade you of the righteousness of the Palestinian cause. They're trying to persuade you, rather, that if you don't submit to them, they will bring this pain and chaos into your life, which they did at Eaton Center, which is a premium shopping center in downtown Toronto. And instead of having their protest on the street or in a public square, they took it into this private mall outside a Zara store, because that's how stupid they are. But they came in with face masks and large sticks and flagpoles, and they came in with megaphones, and they disrupted the entire mall. Don't know how long they were there, but it went on at some length. And police responded en masse. I count about a dozen police in the video I'm about to show you. But the police literally did nothing. Now, you might know our friend David Menzies, who's been doing a series of stories on transgender athletes. That is, in one particular case, a 50-year-old man who pretends to be a 13-year-old girl, and he goes to these swim meets and he changes in the same locker room as the teenage girls. It's a super gross story. David's doing great journalism. The police swoop in on him and issue him a trespass notice immediately. And they threaten him with causing a disturbance, and they tell him to get off even public facilities. That's how quick the police are to dispatch our David Menzies, who's doing peaceful journalism in public property. But what I'm about to show you is a megaphone amplified, shouting, threatening, swearing protest in a private commercial shopping center, harassing customers, tenants, shouting at Zara, those Spaniards. And the police are doing not just nothing, they're doing less than nothing. In this video I'm about to show you, it appears that they're actually escorting away people who don't like the protest. So without further ado, I'm going to play for you now a video clip of about 6.5 minutes, and I'm going to stop here and there, and I'm going to there's a few things that are a little hard to hear. That's how it is when people wear a face mask. But this is, I'm going to show you the video of what this chaotic, stressful, threatening, demonic, rageful, alien, foreign threat looks like in North America. And the thing to understand is they are not trying to persuade you. You don't wear a mask and look like you're a Hamas terrorist who you're trying to persuade, other than to persuade you that if you don't submit to them, your life will be much more dangerous. So take a look at this video. It's about 6.5 minutes long. We'll break it here and there. One of Shirley's several videos taken of the scene. Here it is.
Free Palestine.
Now, I don't know if you heard it, but about 10 seconds in, one of the most menacing people in this demonstration.
Yeah, I'll put you 6 feet under.
Puffy jacket.
I will put you 6 feet
Extremely
under.
harsh and threatening. You can only see his eyes, but they seem full of rage. He says, "Jew or you come near me, and I'll put you laying down on the floor. I'll lay you to sleep. I'll put you 6 feet deep. I'll put you 6 feet deep." I don't know if he's quoting from some rap
It
song.
could be
or
a
if he's
song,
just rhyming,
but it's
but
still
he's very threatening.
disturbing.
he's
Like
pointing
Merry
to people
Christmas.
behind a few police
Hey, you want to bring
and
your
we never
kitties to the
actually
mall for
see who
Santa?
he's
No wonder
shouting at.
malls
A little
here
bit later,
don't
you
have
can see a
Santas.
woman, and she looks unhappy. It might be her. And then later, I don't know if you heard it, a second person shouts also at people
It's like
behind
the
the scenes,
pandemic
calls
almost,
them
like
bitches
lockdown.
several times. So there's a threat: I'll put you to sleep, or Jew, I'll put you to sleep, and then bitches. And did you hear that one fella saying, "Officer, we're not going to hurt her"? It was so threatening that he felt the need to say that.
That's just, a lot of it is just these, I don't know what's going on, and some of these kids, like, this one, oh, it's CTV. It's such a cool story, but I hate pulling it up. Oh, yeah. Oh, this was so sad. Kittens abandoned in a cardboard box in front of Victoria SPCA. And yes, there is Jeffrey Epstein's accuser. Hey, that list is coming out soon. Let's see who is on the naughty side. And
I became American last year. So
Congratulations.
thank you. Thank you so much. And parents ask for intelligence will say, no, you're their responsibility. I'm sure FBI gonna protect you.
Sure.
So when they reached out to me to come give a speech, I was excited as finally they're gonna protect me. And then 2 days before my speech, the head of diversity calls me.
The head of diversity
Yeah.
at the FBI?
Yeah. And then
Great.
she said, like, we have to answer your speech.
Yeah.
And why?
You're not diverse enough?
And then she's like, yeah, because of your political opinions. And this is the funny. And in my American citizenship interview, my interviewer asking me this exact question. Have you ever persecuted anybody for their political opinion? You know, if you said yes, you cannot become American.
But you can become FBI.
Exactly. People should be stripped their American citizen right now.
oh boy, that was a loaded one. And there was just one more clip. I don't know, abandoned kittens, Jeffrey Epstein, or Dakota Dress. Dakota Dress.
Cryptic notes, secret pockets, and a code cracker may sound like the perfect
We're
plot
shutting
line
down
of a
soon
spy
anyway,
movie.
so
SCTV's Scott Lightfoot has a real
thank you
world
for
American
joining me. I'm
mystery
Cryptomaria.
solved right
This
here
has
in Canada.
been a fun
This is an
evening,
1880s custom
and
dress that I bought from my historic
there's a lot of
costume
people
collection about
also
10 years ago.
streaming.
It was the dress that
Clyde
caught
do
Sarah Rivers
something.
Cofield's
I think the
eye.
Vix
It
are
wasn't
streaming.
everything else I
Probably
had, so
there's
I
a lot
kind
of
of could
people
resist it.
streaming.
It was what she found inside that would become a case for curious code crackers around the world.
And I love this kind
While I
of
was examining the skirt is when I
dresses and
realized
stuff.
by having it upside down, I could see that there was a pocket attached on the inside, and there was something in it. And I could tell there was something in it by finding the pocket because you could feel that there was a little lump in there.
A little
That
pocket.
lump turned out to be two crumpled up, well-worn pieces of paper.
We got it to a readable point, and we're like, but it didn't make any sense. So we start reading like. It's like
Okay, I said he, not she.
Like,
She, not.
what does it mean?
Fine, I misgendered someone. Oh my god.
Rivers Cofield
It
posted
looked
the
like a
dress
check.
and the papers on her blog about antique clothing.
Sorry.
For
Oh my
years,
god.
internet sleuth
It's too late to
was
pull
trying
that
figure it
comment.
out.
Just gotta ride with it. At least they're American. It's an American channel. I'm not
The
gonna get
mystery
in
would be solved
too
by
much
a
trouble.
researcher who works here at the University of Manitoba.
Fuck my
William
life.
Chan saw the posts on the internet and in his spare time managed to make the connection between the words on the papers and words used for weather codes at the time.
They managed to turn a full weather report down to about 6 or 7 words.
A code of just a few seemingly unconnected and random words
This is
contained everything
fascinating.
from location to temperature to wind speed.
Yeah.
Vital weather information being sent across the U.S. by telegraph. Chan was further able to deduce the exact day the information was
This is
recorded,
amazing.
May 27th, 1888.
This is a much bigger picture about how the telegraph changed everybody's
And
lives. How
just-
suddenly everybody is able to know what the weather is going to be, which is something I never thought about before.
Scott Lightfoot, CTV News, Toronto.
So she probably wrote it down at the office. And I think we're at the 4.5 hour mark. I'm going to end the stream. Nobody seemed to want to come up on panel. I don't bite, but we'll put it out there. I will be doing a Christmas stream, Christmas Eve stream. I know everyone else and their dog is as well, but thank you for joining me. I'm Kit Tamaria. Love yous. This was fun. It was fun.